Hello, everybody. We are live. Hi there. Unless you're watching this after the fact, then I'm not live anymore. But for everyone right now in this time, we're live. Hi, you guys. It looks like a bunch of people are in already. It's always nice to see people in right away. You know, I've thought about doing like a little intro video that plays the theme song, because really the only time we hear the Green Room Python's theme song anymore is at these live streams. And I've thought about putting a little intro video together, but I think maybe it's better to just see me awkwardly sip my coffee whilst the theme song plays live, you know? I don't know. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. Good to see everyone in. There's a number of people in right now that joined me on a practice live stream that I did for the Horde of Keepers over on Patreon yesterday. I had a last minute I posted to Patreon. I said, you guys, I got to test some stuff. So I'm just going live right now on Patreon. Come in if you want. I thought I would have like 7 people in. There was over 50 people that jumped in, and I didn't know that until after I ended the live stream. It told me how many people were in, but there was a lot of people. We had a really nice chat. It was fun. We talked about like important things about snakes, all kinds of stuff. I thought I was just going to be testing my equipment. It was fun. Anyway, so I'm all ramped up now for this live stream because yesterday's was so much fun. Yesterday's did not last 3 hours and 47 minutes. Is that what Jim Far Racing said? I was looking at your comments before. Let me see. Oh, I got it right. So Jim at Far Racing says 3 hours and 47 minutes is his guess for the live stream. We are now 2 minutes and 15 seconds in. So we're heading towards that. And we also have a lot of questions from Patreon. So depending on, you know, the super chats and how quickly I can get through these questions, which you know that I ramble, we might be looking at a just under 4 hour live stream. Probably not, though. I've been doing pretty good at keeping them to about 3 hours. But it doesn't matter, right? Like I did a 24-hour live stream. It no longer makes any difference whether I go 3 hours or 4 hours. We just go until we're finished. So on the agenda today is obviously like we do, we're going to do the Q&A that's from the Horde of Keepers. I'm going to feed some snakes. In fact, I think we're going to feed Banjo and Maya early while the lights are still on. I'll just give them their food somewhere in their cage and we can watch them go and find it. And then I have basically carpet pythons, including a rough scale python to feed. So we're going to do that. That might be it for the feeding. So we'll do those later on today. And what else do I have? Oh man, I'm so excited about what I'm drinking today. I'm gonna tell you about this. I'll also tell you we might have our very own Amy Bentley in the live stream. You know, she used to be in all the time, and she's been super busy lately, so she's not in. But she's having a party with her belly dance troupe, and the belly dance troupe. A lot of those folks are friends of mine. And they may want to jump in to try to derail the live stream, but we're not going to let them. I mean, we will let them jump in. We're not going to let them derail this live stream, though. So that might happen depending on how the party goes. And then Amy might jump in toward the end of the live stream to hang out with us if the party ends quickly. So this is one that I never talk about because I never have it. This is the Aberlour Abu Na. And I've been hanging on to this for a little while. This is, I haven't had this in probably 2 years or something. It's for my level of what I usually have. This is fairly fancy. This is a pretty fancy bottle right here. And it's a really nice Speyside Scotch that is heavily sherried. The Aberlour is just sort of a normal thing, but the Abu Na, this thing, it's cask strength. So we're going to end up adding a little water to it probably. And, oh man, I forgot. It's got a wax top that's not easy. So here's something that's really important for you guys to know. For those of you that wonder how how do we do with these? You know, you see me using whiskey sleeves for snakes. All you have to do is go and buy a thing of whiskey. Maybe it's this stuff. Maybe it's something else, you know. And then you, as you saw me do, you open the lid, you remove it. Now you've got a hide for your snake. You've got enrichment stuff for your snake. You put this in your snake cage. What do you do with the whiskey? You send it to me. You just take this. You're just removing the thing that, you know, if this stayed in here, it would keep, your snake wouldn't be able to get in there. So you take this out to make room for your snake. And then I'll just take this. If you want to send it my way, you can. So that's a great example of how to handle a whiskey sleeve for your snakes. How am I going to deal with this? Oh, I have a pen back here. This might not work well at all. Oh, it does work. Hang on. There's got to be a spot on here that's better than others too. I might just, this might just take me a minute and I might make a mess. Hey, there's a super chat. We're going to talk about super chats in a second. Hang on. I'm going to get, Christine, I'm going to get to your super chat in just a second. I just got to deal with some wax for a minute. We're going to talk about super chats and then I'm going to get to that one. What do we have? Oh man, we have 130. We had 133 people in when I looked up, and then it dropped to 132. Somebody could not handle the boringness of watching me try to open a bottle of whiskey. And I get it. I totally understand. There are better things to do, admittedly, with your evening than sit here and watch me struggle with a bottle of scotch. All right. Hang on. We're almost there. That actually didn't take as long as I thought it would. I got snakes to show off. We got all kinds of stuff to do. All right. I'm going to taste this full strength first, and then I'm going to add some water to it. And then I'm going to get to that question. Oh man. So this is the opposite of my favorite scotches are heavily peated. You know, they taste like leather, campfire flavors, sea brine, that kind of stuff. This is the opposite, and it's still one of my favorite scotches. It's sherried, it's super sweet and fruity, and man, so good. Oh my gosh. It's like a bottle of the best dessert. There's a lot of, it's like strawberries and peaches and stone fruit that I don't even really like stone fruit, but I like the flavor in scotch. It's crazy. And, oh man, it's so good. I just got to sit with that for a second. Okay, let's get to these super chats. So for those of you who are new, put in the chat if you're new, if you haven't joined a live stream before, if you haven't been on a Green Room Pythons live stream before. For those of you who are new, the deal is this. I will not see your comment or your question in the chat because I'm too busy talking. And some YouTube people are able to talk and read the chat at the same time. I can't. I'm not that talented. So I will read the entire chat tomorrow. So if you just want to say something to me, know that I will read it. I just can't respond to it because I'm going to read it tomorrow. If you have a question that you want me specifically to answer, you can super chat that question. It'll highlight it. And like I'm about to do, I'm going to read two of these that are I'll see that and I'll read it. But the point is to highlight it so I see it. The point is not to make you guys pay for me to talk to you. That's not the thing. So I just want to be able to see the question. So if you have a question that you just want answered, put it in the chat and then watch the chat because there's a ton of experienced snake keepers who can answer your question. But if you want me specifically to answer it, super chat it. Okay. So let me, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Let me get to these. Christine, hi. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for all the great content, which gave me the courage to get my first ball python. Oh, that's awesome. He's settling in great and ate his first frozen thawed meal. Oh my gosh, congratulations. That's amazing. It's so fun to get your first snake. I mean, it's fun to get your 25th snake also, but getting your first snake is so fun. And that feeling when, especially when your first snake takes their first meal and they actually eat it, it's such a good feeling. Yeah, that's awesome. Candy's Critters. Hi, Candy. The big question is, who gets the can? You know, that's a big, thick can. It's thicker. There's a strategy to who gets cans. And this one, I'm not going to waste this on one of my small snakes. This is going to go to someone who likes cans, but is a bigger ball python. So it's probably going to go to one of the females who will still only be able to fit half their body in. Like, actually, Tiger Lily or Dolly could fit their whole bodies into this. And if I gave it to like Anya, she would fit half her body in, or let's say 2/3, but it's still comfortable for her. Like they enjoy that. So I don't know. It's going to go to whoever soils their last one and needs a replacement. So it's going to actually go up in the cupboard for a while. I have a good stock of those in the cupboard of different sizes and whatever. And so I just sort of fit it to the snake whenever they need. Whenever I have a snake that needs one, I go through the ones and pick one that I think will be perfect for that snake. Back to Chang. I'm going to talk about you in a second. Thanks for the super chat. Olive, my 6-year-old daughter wants to know, have you ever seen a ghost? Oh, and she lost her first tooth yesterday. Oh my gosh. Olive, congratulations on losing your first tooth. That's amazing. I heard from your mom that you had a question for me that was a paranormal question. It's a good one. You know, I once went on the Queen Mary. So I went to a wedding that was on the Queen Mary. And the Queen Mary is a big ship. Many of you know it. Olive may not. And the Queen Mary is known for being haunted. And they have ghost tours. So you can pay and go on a ghost tour. But what I did and my date, we got bored. So we left the wedding and we stayed on the ship. So we stayed at we stayed for the ceremony, and it was sort of the reception. And we went, let's just go on a ghost tour. So we went on our own ghost tour, which admittedly was a bit of sneaking about, past signs that said, do not go past this area. And we went down into the belly of the ship, and we were in I don't know what you call it, but an area, like a hallway of cabins that hadn't been used in years. They were being used as, like, some of them were like storage closets, but they were all open, and you could just open the door and there was just dust everywhere and old furniture. They just had not made any effort to refurbish this area of the ship that we ended up in. And, we just took a bunch of pictures. We were just being silly and taking pictures and everything. And when we looked at the pictures, there were orbs everywhere. Now, orbs can definitely be dust particles, right? So I don't put a whole lot of stock in orbs, especially when you're walking through a dusty cabin. But we also went to the bow of the ship and took selfies of ourselves. And there were crazy orbs behind us during there was one big giant one right I think it was right by my head. I gotta find the photo. And that was kind of creepy. Like, why would that orb be there? You know, again, I'm not a big orb person, but it was fun. So there you go, Olive. That is the time. I'm gonna say that's the time I saw a ghost. We're gonna say at least one of those orbs had to be a ghost, right? So there we go. Thanks for that question, Olive. Patrick, thanks for your super chat. Bob, what are your favorite books? Also, Ardbeg, Ardcore, tastes like campfire. Thank you all for all you do. We love you. Oh, you know what? Thanks so much for saying that. Anything Ardbeg tastes like campfire. Ardbeg is one of my favorite distilleries. And I have a story to tell you. Do I have the bottle I got to show you the bottle. I got a story to tell you. What are my favorite books? So I think I'm going to say the Lord of the Rings books. Now, admittedly, I was not a reader as a kid. I had dyslexia when I was younger, and I kind of grew out of it, but it made reading very difficult for me. So even as I grew out of it, I never became a big reader. But as a young child, my uncle would read Lord of the Rings to my sister and I, and those were great memories. So I'm embarrassed to say I've never personally read Lord of the Rings, but the experience of having my uncle read Lord of the Rings to me was great. But stuff that I've read more as an adult, the Terry Pratchett, the Discworld books are amazing and weird and awesome. Yeah. Whenever people ask me my favorite, like, what's your favorite movie, stuff like that, I always go back to childhood because that's ingrained. I pick like The Princess Bride, Goonies, stuff like that as my favorite movie. Also Tommy Boy. I wasn't a child when that came out, but come on, Tommy Boy. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, it was, the story that I was going to tell. We've got time, right? We're supposed to be shooting for 3 hours and 47 minutes. We got time for a story. Hang on. Let's see. Do we have any? There's not there, but right. Nope, wrong way. Right there is Koa. Look at him. He's ready for a meal. He's coming out. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to grab a prop for my story. Okay. So wait, where are we? Hi, I'm back. So you guys remember Rita from My Neighbor, that I had her on to introduce her to snakes and help her get over her fear? She has a major phobia. So the whole video was about, will she touch this snake? Not will she hold a snake? Anyway, she's so charming and awesome. And she and her husband are good friends of mine. I know their family and we hang out all the time. Anyway, she came home from her parents' house the other day with some bottles of whiskey for me because her parents know that I like whiskey, and there's some whiskeys they don't like, and it's specifically the ones that I do like. It's the Isla Scotches. And she said, so she hands me these bottles that are really nice. Like one of them is a full bottle of Lagavulin, which is amazing. And so she hands me this almost empty bottle of Ardbeg. And I know Ardbeg very well. And this is the bottle. And nope, sorry, wrong camera. This is the bottle. And I had never seen it before. But Ardbeg comes out every year with a bottle just for that year. It's like a special edition bottle, and they sell it for pretty expensive usually. And normally the label is crazy. They've got this marketing team that comes up with a crazy name for it and a crazy label. So I knew right away that this would be one of those yearly releases. But the label's not crazy. It just has the moon and the earth. And it says, we are here in the middle of it. I don't know if you can see that. But, and it's called Ardbeg Supernova. Cool. It had about this much scotch left in the bottle. And Rita goes, I'm so embarrassed to even give this to you. I almost threw it away because it's almost empty. That's so rude to give you an almost empty bottle. And I looked it up. And if you found that bottle, you'd pay over $600 for it, unopened. And I was like, Rita, I will never experience having a sip of that scotch, like a dram of that scotch. I'm never going to drink that. I'm never going to find that bottle and buy it. Much less I would never spend that much. So what a treat! And I'm keeping this bottle. I actually have a lampshade on it that fits on bottles, and it's my lamp because I'm keeping this bottle. It's the empty bottle isn't worth anything, but it's cool because. How many people have that? So anyway, I told her, don't ever throw away scotch. Give it to me. I'll determine if it gets thrown away. right? That's a good rule, I think. Okay, let's talk about snakes. Let me get to some super chats. Mauru Cat, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for your content. You help so many pet snakes. Did you feed young balls in shed or skip? Do you feed? Thank you for that. I appreciate the comment. No, I always skip when no, I'll be honest. I don't always skip. I always try to skip their meal. If they're in shed, they don't need to eat, and it's always good to give them time off. There are many times though that I don't realize my snake is in shed, and I thaw out a rodent for them. And if I don't immediately have someone else to give that rodent to, I'll still offer it. Whether they take it or not is another story. But a lot of times I end up offering snakes that are in shed because I didn't realize they were in shed. And then, you know, if they take it, they take it. But for the most part, they skip because they're not trying to eat. Like, they're not looking for food when they're in shed. Okay. So, you guys, I forgot to mention this episode of Green Room Python's live stream is sponsored by season 2 of the podcast Aliens Are Behind Everything and Other Probably True Nonsense, hosted by Bob Bledsoe. We're in season 2 as of today. So I'm having the podcast sponsor this episode because the episode 1 of season 2 came out today. If you haven't checked out the podcast, you can find it on YouTube. You can find the video version of the podcast on YouTube. It's just Aliens Are Behind Everything with Bob Bledsoe. If you're on any podcast platform listening to the audio, it's Aliens Are Behind Everything and Other Probably True Nonsense. But season 1, all of season 1 is available. That's 12 episodes. And season 2 just came out. So that's that. This is, I forgot I even have this. Look at this. That's it right there. We talk about stories about aliens and how do I get this off? There we go. Aliens and cryptids and paranormal stuff and government cover-ups and stuff like that. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but there's a lot of stories about stuff, and I love the stories, and I want there to be something out there. I've never seen a Bigfoot, but I would love for Bigfoot to be running through the forest, right? So I take stories that I think have some credibility at least, and we talk about them, and it's fun, and I make it funny. So check it out if you'd like. It's still brand new, you know, but I've got a loyal group of people who are really seeming to enjoy it. So I'm happy about it. Where did the comments go? Oh, there we go. Okay. I just saw somebody say, Bob, can you please feed soon? It's probably someone who's planning to go to bed. You know what I can do? I can feed Maya and Banjo. I'll just give them their rodents right now. How about that? First, I want to say this. I have gotten some really cool gifts as of late. I don't usually mention or show when people send me gifts, but I always really appreciate them. But I've had some artists send me some awesome stuff just recently, and I thought I would showcase these 3 things. First of all, Charlene at Creature Comfort Ceramics sent me 2 little tiny hides for Squeak, and I'll show you them. They're in his cage. I'll show you them later. We'll put the camera on them. But they're really cool, little tiny things. But she also put in the box these here. This camera seems to show things better. These really cool. These are magnets. So there's a frog. They're magnetized on the back. Little ceramic I don't know the difference between the word pottery and ceramics, but I guess it's ceramics. But I think of it as pottery. And this is like a skull, like a dinosaur skull thing. So cool. And the hides for Squeak are great. They're little tiny. They're awesome. And what was I doing next? Oh, Kimberly sent me this charcoal. This is amazing. So Kimberly took this. She took a photo of me from the jungle that was kind of like, I think it's probably would have been a good picture of me, but it's not really. It might have been just a screenshot maybe or something, but use that as a reference to do this charcoal. Look at this charcoal. Look at how, whoops, sorry. Look at this charcoal. Look at my beard blowing in the wind. It's so good. It's so good. There's black and white charcoal on it. It's amazing. I got to be really careful with it because I can't touch the white charcoal. I think it's the white charcoal doesn't set. So I'm going to put it back on plastic. We'll put a frame in it. No, I'm not going to put a frame in it. I'm going to put it in a frame. I think that's generally how those things are done. And then back to Chang. We just spoke with her daughter, Olive. Watch what she made. So she took stuff that she thrifted and antiques that she had. This is something she does. She just makes art out of stuff that she finds. And this box, I'm trying to make sure that I want it to stay plugged in because it's a light box. Oh, there we go. Look at this. It's a Medusa. It's a Medusa light box. I'm going to turn off the light so you can see the Medusa better because I think it's getting blown out a little bit. Look at that. How cool is that, right? So that, if you watch the podcast, Aliens Are Behind Everything, you'll see this sitting in the background. It is on the set of that podcast. Okay, so I appreciate those. It's so fun to get art from people. I quite enjoy things that people make, and especially artists that can do things that I can't do is really cool. Okay, hang on. I'm just making sure that the stuff that I just showed you is now safe and great. Okay. Hi, we're back to here. Let me check this real quick. I'm seeing a super chat. There's another one. Hang on. Let me just make sure. Okay. And catch up on a couple super chats. Azora Grimm. Hi, Azora. Bold of you to assume we're all humans watching the new show. Oh, that's true. Did I say? Yeah, because I mean, we've talked in the show that there could be, there was an episode where I talked about how there could be vampires watching the show. It's possible that Men in Black are watching the show. It's possible that sumo wrestlers are watching the show. So sumo wrestlers arguably are human, I guess. But we have talked about that on the podcast. Kay, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. My 7-year-old daughter, Minnie, got her first pet at a local expo in October. He's a 16-month-old banana cinnamon ball python. Could you give Minnie a shout out and maybe a piece of advice about shy ball pythons? Thank you. Yes, of course, Minnie. Congratulations. That's amazing. There's not many 7-year-olds who have their own ball python, so that's fantastic, because I would say many parents in the world would say no to a 7-year-old wanting a ball python. So that's great. And it sounds like you got a really cool morph. So I bet it looks awesome. My advice for working with a shy ball python, first of all, most ball pythons are shy, right? When they're young. So a lot of times they just need to sort of get used to their environment, grow up a little bit, get a little bit of size on them. But one thing that you can do that's really cool is just kind of hang out near their cage if they're out. Now, if they're curled up in their hide sleeping, it doesn't matter. But if you see them out or you just see their head poking out of their hide, you can kind of hang out near their cage, not doing anything crazy, not knocking on their cage or waving your arms around or anything, but just hanging out. And maybe you even open the door to their cage and move something around, not close to where they're sitting, but far away, so they can just see that there's some movement in there, and they just get used to that a little bit and used to you. It's a really good way to sort of subtly make them get used to you without scaring them, you know. But that's really cool. Congratulations on that snake. Kick Me 77, thanks for the super chat. If you feed a snake a rat a little bigger than usual, should you wait a day or two longer before feeding again if they're a year old? Yeah, I mean, you can always, like, I fed Stella a meal that's larger than I usually feed her, and I'll wait an extra week to feed her again. You know, it could be more than a couple days. And it doesn't really matter the age. You know, I would say it does. Like, if it's a young snake, if it's a baby and you feed them something really big and you're like, whoa, that's a big meal, and you feed them every 7 days, you might move it to 10, right? If it's a yearling, you could skip their next feeding, you know, depending on how much bigger it is. If it's just a little bigger, it doesn't really matter, you know. But it's basically, it's all up to you, because snakes, you know, if these snakes were in the wild, they would get a meal whenever they get a meal, and it's not very often, you know. So a lot of times we worry about the schedule that they're on, and I don't want to mess up the schedule. The schedule really doesn't matter. It's you feed the snake, you know, you basically have a target of how often you're going to feed this animal. And probably with a yearling, my guess is they're probably on small rats, and you're probably feeding them every 2 weeks. So around then, you know, if it's a little less than 2 weeks, that's fine. If it's a little more than 2 weeks, that's fine. What I do with my snakes, because they're all on different feeding schedules. So I look at my app. I use Husbandry Pro. They don't sponsor or anything. That's just who I use. And I look at the app, and it says who I'm due to feed today. And then I look a few days ahead and see who else is going to be eating later. And then I determine, am I feeding any snakes today, or am I going to move those guys to the next day or 2 days? Or am I taking any of the snakes that I'm supposed to feed in a couple days and maybe feeding them today? So there's always a strategy around it. But as long as I'm generally giving them within a few days on their schedule, then I'm happy. And if they skip a week, it doesn't matter, you know? So I want to be careful when I say that, because it does matter if you're always skipping weeks, you know. You don't want to do it too often, but it's not a huge deal. Okay. So I'm going to get to these questions. By the way, Tanya put these questions. Tanya asked a question that she felt was very long. I always edit the questions down, but she sent me an email saying, hey, I just put in a question that was really long, so I did Amy's job for you. And Amy, when Amy was regularly on the show all the time, she would compile my questions for me, and she'd put them in order, like of topic, because she's I wanted to say ADD, but that's not the word for it. She's super organized. What's the word that I'm thinking of? Anyway, it doesn't matter. And so Tanya did the same thing. So, but what I do, I scramble them up a lot of times. So I have scrambled them up, but it was so nice of Tanya to do that. I appreciate it. You guys haven't seen a snake yet. Tanya wanted to see Molly or Tiger Lily, so we're going to start with one of those. I usually open with a snake around my shoulders. I didn't do that. Let's get Molly Malone. Oh, look at this. She's right here. Hi, Mama. I mean, that was lucky. Just that she was so easy. She wasn't even in a hide. Hi, Miss Molly Malone. Okay. You know what? I'm also going to get rid of these ears, because you guys will tell me if there's a sound problem, right? I don't need to monitor the sound all the time. Okay, let's get Molly comfortable, and then I'm going to get to this super chat from Amy Olson. Hang on. Okay, let's see what she does. All right. Hi, I'm back. Molly's going to go straight to the chair. Amy, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. Love what you've been doing on YouTube and the podcast. Oh, thank you. By the way, everyone, the podcast that Amy's talking about is Aliens Are Behind Everything and Other Probably True Nonsense. And hang on. Now I just screwed up where I was at. Okay, so what you've been doing on YouTube and the podcast. Your work helped me with my first snake. What inspired you to start Green Room Pythons? That's a good question. I had been wanting to do a new YouTube channel for a while, and then COVID hit, and I was just getting into breeding some snakes. I had gotten a few snakes, and I was getting into breeding, and I had been watching a lot of YouTube content. Some that I thought was great, some that I thought was not so great, about snakes. And I thought, I think I have something to contribute to this. Like, I think I could contribute something valuable to the reptile community. And maybe I'm delusional. This is what I was thinking. Maybe I'm delusional, but I'm going to give it a shot because I have time now. Since COVID has grounded me, I'm not going out of town anymore. I have time. And so I'm just going to make a video every week, and I'm going to do it for a year. I set a goal that I'm going to do it for a year, and I'm not even going to worry about it until the end of that year. And then I'll assess and see how the channel's doing. So that's how that started. Molly Malone, I brought you out so people could see you. This is, the snakes love the chair because they would prefer, even though my snakes are not bothered by me, I don't think, but they certainly would prefer to be on something else. So she's not trying to get away from me, but she'd rather be on the chair than on me, So there we go. I'm getting please feed. Okay. We're going to put some rodents into black-headed python cages. The nice thing about this is that I'm not heating them up. I'm not getting rodent scent all over the place. And so if I feed these two snakes right now, it shouldn't get the other snakes going, They might get a hint of a whiff of something, but okay. So we got Maya, who's been up for half the day. Now watch Molly just comes over and tags me. Molly's never bitten me before. But, sometimes I predict things like, oh, they won't smell the rats. And sometimes I'm just wrong. Okay, Molly's on the camera now. Hey, don't be on the camera, lady. All right. Let's put this right there for Banjo. So Banjo's in his hide. I can see him in that hide right there. And we just put the rat. So we'll see how long it takes him. It usually doesn't take him very long to figure out that there's food in his cage. Okay. I'm gonna put this back on us for the time being, and then I'll move it when, actually here. Watch this. We got this crazy tail action from her. Oh, wait. Shoot, you guys. So so annoying. My camera went out for some reason. Can you sort of see her from there? Okay, let me try this again. Nope. Dang. Such bad timing for this camera to not work properly. Okay, I'm going to do something under this table to try to get this to work. We're just on a little adventure right now, that's all. Go camera. Boom, there we go. We actually didn't miss much. There she is trying to get it from the back. I'm trying to keep the camera steady. I'm a real bad cameraman right now. Okay. So Maya's got hers. Banjo hasn't even figured out that there's anything in his cage yet. Sorry about all this crazy camera shenanigans. All right. We got that. I'm going to close her door. That helps keep the mouse scent out when we have snakes. Okay, Mama. All right, hang on, switching. Switching back. And then we'll move it when something interesting might be happening. Okay, so there we go. Those are the only two snakes, for those of you who are waiting for me to feed snakes, those are the only two that we're feeding early in the evening. The other ones will be later when their lights are off. It'll be closer to, after 8 o'clock. And I'm sure we'll still be live streaming by then. Especially since we are 43 minutes into this, and I haven't answered one Patreon question yet. Let me see if I got to my the stuff that I was supposed to do. Yes, I did. Except for just mentioning, this only matters to people who write this kind of thing down. But usually we do live streams every 4 weeks. I do 3 produced videos, and then the next week is a live stream. This time we're doing a live stream 3 weeks from now. It has to do with my travel schedule. So we'll have 2 produced videos and a live stream in 3 weeks. So look out for that. I always just announce them so you don't have to keep track, but just updating you on my schedule. Banjo's still not out. We're looking for Banjo to pop out of that hide right there. No, I'm wrong. This hide back here. He is coming out. Watch this. My camera's backwards on my screen. Like I'm looking at things backwards on my screen. So I thought that I was on the wrong side of the cage. So for those who don't know, snakes don't see very well. And they don't rely on their eyes really when they're hunting. I shouldn't say snakes, pythons. There are many snakes that see really well, but pythons don't. And so Banjo was sleeping in that hide, and he smelled something. And so it's not like he's just going to see the rat sitting there and know what it is. He's trying to like tongue flick and trying to decide, does he have something in his cage? Is it worth coming out of his hide, waking up from his nap to go and get? Because it's also, this isn't the time that he usually gets fed. His lights are usually off almost always. I can't remember a time that I ever fed him with the lights on. So it's taking him a little bit longer than normal to come out and start kicking around, but he's going to just run into that rodent and then he'll figure out what it is. They get more quail. These black-headed pythons get more quail than rodents. They usually get 2 or 3 quail per one rodent. And, sometimes reptilinks, sometimes fish, stuff like that, but it's mostly quail and rodents. And they like rats the best usually. And so sometimes with quail, they usually just go up and slowly start eating it. Sometimes with rats, they get so excited that they strike and wrap. But it's pretty rare. And he doesn't seem, it's weird. I thought he was closer and he was just going to grab it, but no. Let me get to some super chats while we're seeing what Banjo's going to do. Hang on, I gotta back up and make sure. Okay, so Amy Olson's was the last one that I did. Back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. My 4-year-old daughter Josephine would like to know, how many ball pythons do you have? Josephine, that's such a good question. I'm going to answer it as soon as Banjo gets this rodent. Because now we're at the moment. I want to focus solely on Josephine's question because it's such a good one. But Banjo's not going to wait for it. That's so funny that he's just right. Let's see. Is he further? No, he's as close. I just turned around to look. He's as close as it looks. So I think, they're always trying to figure out where they're going to start eating from. I mean, you've all have seen your snakes do this before, but with black-headed pythons, since they'll just go up to a dead animal and eat it, he just, rather than getting excited about it, he just went, oh, here's a dead rodent. Let me just figure out a strategy. So he makes the worst decision possible. Let me just start eating it from its back. and then he'll eventually realize that was a poor choice and he'll readjust. I've seen Handsome Dan do that, make that poor choice. Handsome Dan will not readjust. He will fold the rodent in half and he'll get it down that way, which I think is very stubborn. But Banjo is just going to move down and he'll end up eating it backwards, which he often does. Not a problem for any snake to take their food backwards. That's totally fine. It just takes them a lot longer to eat. Let me see if I can adjust this thing. Okay. Okay, we're going to go back to Josephine's question while Banjo does this. Josephine, I think... Oh, how many ball pythons do you have? Oh, that's a trickier question. Because I think I know how many snakes I have. But let me see. I'm going to look up how many ball pythons I have while Banjo eats this food. I have, can I do it by animal type? Okay. African house snakes come first, then ball pythons alphabetically. Hang on. Exactly 30 ball pythons. Exactly 30, Josephine. It's a great question. I didn't even know the answer. I had to learn the answer. You asked a question that I had to look up and learn, and now I'm smarter because of your question. Well done. Okay. While I was looking that up, Molly almost dropped my bottle of this very good Scotch, which would have been a tragedy. Actually, it probably would have survived. It's a pretty thick bottle. You guys, one time I had a bottle of Lagavulin. Bottle of Lagavulin 16 is about $100. I do not like spending that much on Scotch. It's been given to me before as gifts, and I've bought them before, but when I have a bottle of Lagavulin, it's a big deal. It's about like this bottle that I'm on right now. It's a big deal. Anyway, I had it sitting up on my refrigerator, on top of my fridge, on the freezer. I went to open the freezer door, and it was sitting at the front, sitting kind of on the door. I opened the door, the bottle fell, crashed to the ground, Lagavulin all over my kitchen floor. So obviously I moved the glass over and sipped from the floor to get as much as I could. No, I didn't do that. I'm just kidding. My floor is probably filthy. But that was a heartbreaking day. My house smelled awesome though for like 2 days. I'm still traumatized by that experience. Okay. Did I? Oh my gosh. I wasn't going to pour more of this. I was going to get something else because this is cask strength. I am going to pour another bit of it though, because I forgot to add water to it. And adding water, for those who don't know, we're going to go back to snakes in a second, but adding water to a, if you want to be a nerd, you can do it like me. Adding a few drops of water brings out different flavors and really changes. It's not you're not just diluting the alcohol in it. It really brings out different flavors in it. So good. You don't want to add too much though, because if you add too much, then you do dilute it. All right, I am done with that for tonight. We'll get into something else that has less alcohol by volume. Okay, I'm going to put Molly back. We'll get somebody else. Let me just make sure that I haven't missed anything. We're gonna get somebody else, and then we're gonna get to these Patreon questions because we have to start on them. I have a lot. Molly Malone, put you back, Mama. Here's Molly's current whiskey sleeve. This is what she gets to live in. She's super fancy. She gets a golden Irish whiskey sleeve. Here's a great example. Look at this, speaking of Irish whiskey. Look at how she's sitting in it with a third of her body out. This is my favorite Irish whiskey, Redbreast Lustau version. So we'll take Tiger Lily out for a little bit. I think she'll move around a little bit less than Molly was. Tiger Lily, everybody. Tom, thanks for the super chat. Advice on using under-tank heat mat on PVC. Pointless, dangerous. Have a new RHP for this PVC as well. He loved belly heat before in his glass tank. Yes, pointless because it won't heat through. Heat mat is not going to heat through PVC. It's too thick. It does work well on glass, but it's not. I mean, I wouldn't say that because it's hard to. There's no behavior that tells you that a snake loves something. But what you're saying is that he was using it. He would use his heat mat, and that's to be expected because that was his warm side. But if you have a radiant heat panel, that's all you need in a PVC cage. That will then become his warm side, and he'll use that. He'll be plenty warm enough, But yeah, heat mats just don't work at all in PVC enclosures, and that's totally okay because PVC enclosures hold heat way better than glass. You don't need belly heat at all. You can just have something from the top coming down, and that's going to provide plenty of warmth for the snake. I'm seeing this from Blue Star. Are you planning on breeding Banjo and Maya? Yes, I am. Later this year, actually. They are ready to go. I probably will pair them up. I haven't decided what my strategy is, and I need to talk to some experienced black-headed python people. But I believe what I'm going to do is feed her heavily for a couple months and then stop feeding her completely around Thanksgiving and then start pairing them up. So I think that's the best way to go with black-headed pythons, but I've never done it before, so I will talk to some experts who have done it before because I like getting good information rather than trying to figure it out myself. And black-headed pythons are very different than ball pythons. Okay. As per normal with this chair, the snake has chosen to sit on it. All right, here we go. Carlos Flores says, hey, Bob, I just got a new super dwarf retic from Reach Out Reptiles, and I need a good name for him. Got any suggestions? I do, Carlos. I would say that my first choice would be Thunder Thigh, not Thunder Thighs, because they only have one thigh. And choice number 2 would be Darius. Either Thunder Thigh or Darius. Put in the chat what you guys think the name should be for this new male super dwarf reticulated python. Congrats on that new snake, by the way. Desiree says, how long should it take for my boy to get comfortable with holding him? That is a loaded question because snakes are all individuals, and their experience with you is you're an individual. So how you work with them will play into, how comfortable they are. So what I'll say is that some snakes become comfortable really quickly and others take a really long time. But I will say this, I think that when the keeper pushes it, I think it takes much longer for the snake. When they're really like, oh man, I need to get him comfortable with me, so I need to hold him all the time. For most snakes, that's going to make it take longer. So going slower will usually be better for the snake. It will usually make them feel more comfortable. So, by the way, how many people are now going to name their snakes Thunder Thigh? Is that going to be the new popular name? Is that going to take over for Monty the Python? Like Thunder Thigh is going to now be the most popular Python name? I hope so. Such a stupid name. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? Siri says, I'm battling scale rot. I'm giving Sir Orman Providine iodine 20-minute soaks and then triple antibiotic on the areas once a day. Will I see improvement or will it not be seen until he sheds? I'm going to guess until he sheds. But I have never dealt with scale rot before. I've never had, knock on wood, never had a snake with scale rot. So that's a vet question for sure. And how long do I keep him on paper towels and treatment? That's also a vet question. I don't want to give, I don't want to try to answer questions that are medical for a snake, so I would definitely talk to a vet about that. I will answer this one though. Do I have to get fresh logs and branches for him or what? I'm freaking out. Don't freak out. But scale rot is a bacteria and fungal infection. So it's very important that you clean everything as much as possible. If you have branches in there that you don't think you can get clean perfectly, get rid of them and replace them. So you can figure that everything in there is infected and you just have to scrub it all down and get it debacteriated and defungaled. That's an industry term, I think. So anyway, your snake's going to be fine. They just have to get through this hump, so yeah, it's not this is not something, a scale rot is not something that snakes generally die from unless you're not doing anything about it. And clearly you're doing something about it. So the snake is going to be fine. So no need to freak out, but yeah, you got to have everything super clean, replace anything that you don't think can be cleaned. And then for the other questions, just talk to a vet about that. Because I don't want to be that guy that tries to answer vet questions. Teresa, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob, will you be offering the baby house snakes to the horde when they're well established? So we're not talking about baby house snakes yet because because it hasn't been announced to YouTube yet. But those of you watching this live stream, there's a little teaser for Monday's video. I will answer the question though. I think I'm keeping those, but more to come. That's all I'm going to say. Monday's video. Okay. Here we go. Phil says, Maxine, my ball python, is on frozen thawed medium rats, which I assume is her max size feeder. My new spotted python, Scattered, that's a cool name, is on pinky rats right now. What can I expect her maximum size feeder to be? I'm going to guess here, Phil, and I want people who have adult spotted pythons to either put it in the chat or put it in the comment section if you're watching this after. Spotted pythons aren't the most popular snake in the world, so there's probably not a lot of people that have adults that are watching this, but if you do, tell me what you feed them. Here's what I know just from what I've seen. I believe the max feeder, if I had a spotted python, I'd probably stop at jumbo mice. They'd probably get mice forever. They probably wouldn't even ever take a rat. It'd probably be just mice, stop at jumbos. I have seen people that feed them way bigger things and the snake gets super fat. And it seems to be from people who are used to keeping ball pythons and then they get a spotted and they go, oh, I know what the body condition of a python should be. And they're comparing it to their ball pythons, but spotted pythons are thin snakes. They're much smaller and they're much thinner, and they should not be fat and girthy. So that's why I'm saying you don't feed them. You don't just keep upping their prey. These are small snakes and they're pretty thin. So I believe, without having ever kept one, I believe the max size probably should be jumbo mice. I would love for someone to weigh in on that if you have an adult spotted python. Or if you just, I mean, if you have a young spotted python, you've probably talked to many people that have adults, and you probably know better than I do. So I would love to find out what you guys think. If my answer is seems appropriate. What are you doing up there, Mama? She's just, there's where she is. See if we can get her in focus. My camera doesn't autofocus when I'm on the live streams, so I have to stay at a certain distance to stay focused. It's kind of annoying, but there's nothing I can do about it. All right. Okay. Let me see if I know where I'm at. I do. Lucas says, "Hey Bob, I took in an older ball python a while back that would only eat one small mouse every few weeks. Okay. In my care, according to previous owner, ate ferociously." Okay, so with you, it was only eating one small mouse every few weeks, but before it ate ferociously. Okay. She was previously kept in a rack on paper towels. And since I had a small rack for quarantining smaller snakes, I tried placing her in there, and ever since she will eat on schedule. Okay, that makes sense. It's what she was used to. My question is, what rack do you use, and what size for a breeder size female ball python? Okay, so most people use V70, I think is the name of it. I can't give you the dimensions. I believe mine are V70. I'm positive they are. I don't know what that means as far as the dimensions of it, but that's the terminology for the size. But I will say this: if this is your only snake that needs a tub environment, don't get a rack. Don't buy an entire rack to throw other ball pythons in. Just get a tub. Go to Home Depot, get a big tub that you can cover, because it's not the space. It kind of is the space. It's like having that shorter situation, like this high is a little bit tight for them, but it's more the darkness, blocked out on all sides. If you just get a tub at Home Depot that's those dimensions or even bigger is fine. Give them 2 hides, cover it all with a blanket, have some air holes, make sure that it's a locking tub, so the lid locks on all 4 sides, because if you get one that long, you can lock it on the ends, but the snake can easily push up in the middle and get out, right? So make sure it locks on all 4 sides and put them in there. And the reason I'm saying that is that they can transition with socialization. Once you start giving that snake some experiences and they learn that the world is not scary, because right now the snake only knows the world with the breeder, and that is a tub with paper and a water dish. Doesn't really, you can give the snake enrichment in their tub. That's going to be fine. They'll still eat, but they weren't worked with. And so it's understandable that that's all they want is what they know. So you start giving them more experiences, and then you try them in that cage again, and it probably will work eventually once they realize that the world outside that little tub is not as scary as they once thought it was. So the reason I say don't get a rack is you don't need to put your other snakes in a rack. It doesn't sound like you're breeding, and racks are for breeders, people that are breeding these snakes. I think that you should get a temporary tub situation to make your snake feel comfortable for now. Spend whatever time it takes to socialize them. Maybe it takes a year, maybe it takes a month. You don't know. And then get them back in that cage, because it won't be forever. It's not, there will be a time when that snake will be ready to transition to a cage. If you're working with them, if you're treating them like a pet, they'll be fine in a cage eventually, Okay. Did I talk long enough on that one? I feel like I talked in circles, which when I'm having a conversation with somebody and they talk in circles, they keep making the same point. It's so annoying. And I feel like I just did that to you guys. My apologies, but Slancha. All right. Slancha means to your health in Irish Gaelic. Bonnie says, "Hi, Bob. Love your channel and the new podcast." You guys, the new podcast that Bonnie's talking about is a podcast called Aliens Are Behind Everything and Other Probably True Nonsense. It's my podcast. You can hear it on all podcast platforms or on YouTube. You can watch it. You can watch my beard move up and down as I talk about stories. And also the podcast is sponsoring this very live stream right now, which is why I mention it. Okay. When I said Bonnie, I was so wrong. This is Benny Hoskins. Benny, I'm so sorry. I am a drink and a half into a cask strength whiskey, which I didn't plan on drinking any more of. I got to lower my strength on this. Benny says, "Hi, Bob. Love your channel and the new podcast. I have a little Brettles python that was wonderful once he was, that is wonderful once he's being handled. But if I go to get him out of the enclosure when he's not in the mood, he grabs everything he can reach in protest. Any advice on how to make the transition less stressful for him?" Not really, Benny, but I will say this. The reason I don't have advice is because that's how everybody acts. That's all the snakes do that. My very well socialized reticulated pythons do that. They're going to grab anything because they're not trying, like snakes want to do what they want to do. So as soon as you say, "Hey, I know you're sitting in your cage, but come with me," they're going to be like, "No, I don't want to." Once you get them out of their cage, they're like, "Okay, it's fine, whatever." But as you're getting them out of their cage, they're going to grab onto stuff. So that's why I say I don't have really any advice on that. But I will say that a little Brettles python, the nice thing is you didn't tell me that he's striking at you all the time, which is kind of common for any carpet python or Brettles python, because they're babies and they're nervous, you know. So I would say handle that snake very gently and see if you can choose times or choose times to pull them out where, you know, like you see them curled up and it's just easy to scoop them up in your hands and bring them out. So you don't have to do that fight with them. If they're really fighting and grabbing onto stuff, I just bail on the idea of pulling them out. I don't try to make them come out, you know, especially with a baby, you know. So choosing times to get them out where it's easier to get them out. And then the strategy of, if I need one of my because long snakes do it more than ball pythons. Ball pythons don't, they try to do it, but it's easy to just get them out. The semi-arboreal snakes are really good at grabbing whatever they want, right? So the strategy is to scoop their tail and the heaviest part of their body and bring them out. If you have the tail in your right hand and their body in your left, then they can't grab anything with your tail. It seems like snakes have eyes all over their body. They know what they can grab. Like a 4-foot snake, their head is 4 feet away from their tail, but they still know what's around that they can grab with their tail. It's so crazy that they can just go, "Oh, I remember that 4 feet away was a branch and I can just grab it." I don't understand how they do that magic, but they do. All right, there are some super chats that I need to get to. Rebecca is pianoer, but now it's piano reb. But I'm just going to say Rebecca because it makes it easier. "Hi, Bob. Just wanted to say hi and send you a super chat." It's so nice, Rebecca. Please also say hi to Pip for me. By the way, what is your favorite snake colors? Oh, that's a good question. I'm not talking about morphs, patterns, just colors. It's a really good question because we don't have it in ball python. Anybody have a guess? I'm going to let you guys guess first. We do not have, there are 2 colors that are my favorites in snakes. We don't have them in ball python. What are they? While I'm compiling guesses, I will say that Rebecca is now part of the Aliens Are Behind Everything Patreon. We launched season 2 as of today. Season 2 is launched of the new podcast, and simultaneous with that, the Patreon has launched. There's a lot of people in the chat right now who are part of the Green Room Pythons Patreon who are also part of the Aliens Are Behind Everything Patreon, and I've told them I am not trying to sell 2 Patreons to people, but if they're really into the podcast and they want the extra content, they can be in that. But Rebecca and I are friends, like personal friends, and she's supports me in all the things, and I really appreciate it. There are a lot of people that are like that. And I love it. Okay. What do we got? A lot of blues, a lot of greens. There's orange, but orange is in ball pythons. There's one right there. That is one of my favorite colors in snakes, but it's not the ones I was thinking of. Oh, I like periwinkle. It's periwinkle. A lot more blues, greens. Aquamarine. Love that. That's a blue green, right? Is that what that is? Polka dots. That would be a pattern, but yes, for sure, polka dots. Purple. God, I wish there was purple in snakes. I mean, there kind of is. My female house snake is kind of purple. We got black, mint. Love black. There is black ball pythons. Mint, seafoam, forms of bluish green. The two colors are blue and green. So most of you that guessed were correct. I love blue and I love green, and I have a snake that is green with blue pattern. That's Bonte, my green tree python, and he's awesome. I say he, but I don't know the sex. I am getting shed tested soon on that snake to find out. But right now I'm calling him a he because it's just easier, I guess. And I just think there's no reason for me to think this, but for some reason in my mind, it's a male snake. But as soon as I find out that it's female, then my mind will change, I guess. But anyway, I love that snake because so one of the prettiest snakes in the world to me, even though there's not really a pattern, I don't think, is a blue Insularis. They're just a blue snake, and I think it's just breathtaking. It's amazing. Greens, I love green snakes, you know, but a snake that's green with blue, so cool. So I'm a big fan of that green tree python that I have. Okay. Baby Shark, thanks for the super chat. Tips on convincing my 2-year-old Woma python I'm not delicious. No, I don't. No, they're always going to think you're delicious. She will just slowly wrap and chomp me even when she's calm during out time. Yeah, you know, I feel really lucky that my black-headed pythons don't do that. Maya did it when she was younger. She's done it to me, and she's done it to Lucy, my snake babysitter, before, where she would just come and just slowly open her mouth and chomp. It's a Woma python and a black-headed python thing. Maya hasn't done it in ages. I still don't quite trust her, but she had, like, I wouldn't give her to a young child, but I don't worry about it, you know. But anyway, we're talking about your snake, not mine. It's tough, man. It seems like it's in their nature to do that. There are some Womas and some blackheads will just, you'll be holding them and they'll just turn around and strike, you know. Some will just slowly open their mouth and chomp, and then some are just fine. I've seen people that have massive, like almost double the size of Maya, black-headed pythons that they bring to events and hand to children. And I would hand Banjo to a kid. Banjo's never once tried to. He'll bluff strike when he's in shed, but if he's not in shed, he does just fine. Maya has bit me enough that I wouldn't hand her to a child. But it's been, other than I had her bite me on purpose once. I mean, I did a thing. I put my hand in front of her when I knew she would bite, but so I'm careful around her. But she hasn't actually gotten teeth in me aside from that. It's probably been at least 2 years. But I wish I had advice on how to get them to not do that, but it kind of is the species. They sort of do that, you know. See how comfortable these snakes are on, where is she? Is that her tail? It is her tail. They're so comfortable on the chair, and it's really fun. Like I got this chair a few months back, and it's really fun to just have a snake hanging out with me. They're not on me, and that's okay. That, you know, but they're just hanging out. I can work all day and have snakes moving around. The inspector actually has been out a lot with me lately, especially at night. And he'll do that. He hangs out on the chair. The inspector doesn't like me. And I like him a lot, but he doesn't really like me, but he's happy to just hang out on the chair. And he'll even put his head on my shoulder which makes me feel so good because I know he doesn't like me, but he'll hang out, put his head on my shoulder, just hang out a little bit on the chair. He does great. Oh, and he's out right now. Look at this. He's been doing different behaviors lately. Let me open this. So the inspector usually most of the year, I never see him unless I'm up late at night. But lately he's been coming out while his light is still on, which is kind of cool. And that's also why I've been spending more time with him. He's not necessarily in food mode when he comes out. So I bring him out at night without worrying about him, biting me or whatever. There's the inspector. That's kind of cool. I don't want him out free roaming though. Get down. Let's put you back in there for now. Okay. And then, Banjo and Maya have obviously eaten their food. So where is she even? Oh, is she still working on? Oh my gosh. Maya is still working on this because she's eating it backwards. What a crazy snake. Unbelievable. Banjo's done with his. We weren't following the saga of Maya and Banjo. We just put food in there and then left them, but clearly something happened that made Maya take forever to eat that thing. So all right, let's see where we're at. A couple of super chats, or maybe just one. Hang on, let me make sure. Here we go. Okay. TT Tiff, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. New to the Horde and learned a ton over the last few months. Welcome to the Horde. I hope you're enjoying it. That's great. Wondering if you have any ball python clutches coming soon. Got my black box stuff on the way. Oh, that's great. I will have a couple of snakes available, like 3, maybe 4, probably next week-ish. I'm going to announce that on Patreon. So that's possible. And then all I can say, I don't have any eggs in the incubator or mama's sitting on eggs. I do have some snakes that will be laying eggs soon-ish. This one right here will be laying eggs at some point this year, probably. And then I'm just waiting on eggs. So other than the few that will be available to Patreon soon, I don't have any incubating right now. I didn't do a lot of pairings. So I think I'm expecting 4 snakes in the fairly near future to lay eggs. And then I'm going to pair up a couple more. I'm going to start pairing a couple more here pretty soon. I don't have a breeding season. A lot of breeders have a season that they like to breed. That's not a season for the snakes. That's a season for them. They just breed all their snakes starting this one period of time. And I like to scatter my breedings a little bit because I don't have a ton of snakes. So I breed a few at the beginning of the year, a few in the middle of the year, Katie, thanks for the super chat. Just sending this so you see I actually made it. Thanks for making it, Katie. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for the super chat. Glad you made it. No pressure to stay though. If you got other stuff going on. Alan David, thanks for the super chat. My daughters have questions. Oh, cool. Scarlett wants to know if you will ever do another 24-hour live stream. Scarlett, it's a great question. I had so much fun doing that 24-hour live stream, and it wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. That being said, I'm not sure I'll ever do one again, but maybe it's not like I learned that it's not as bad if you plan. I feel like I did a really good job of planning that live stream. If you plan it well, it's not awful. It's really fun, actually. I had a good time. I mean, I always have a good time on live streams, but what I thought is that my voice was going to go out. I thought I was going to have all these problems. It was great. So maybe is my answer. I guess that's a good question. Hard to answer. Catherine wants to know if Kent will ever get his own episode. Catherine, I doubt that Kent will ever get his own episode, because what's he going to talk about? Just how scared he is of snakes? That's not what we're trying to do on the channel. What would Kent do for his own episode? I don't think Kent will get his own episode. I don't think he will. He does make it into, he used to be in every episode, but now he's in about 1/3 of the episodes. So hopefully people are okay with that. I don't know if I can come up with something for Kent to do during a full episode, maybe we'll do it, but I don't think you'd see a lot of snakes during that episode. And I have a feeling that people watch the channel for snakes, Maybe I'm delusional, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they only watch the channel for Kent. Put in the comments if the only reason you watch the channel is for the occasional Kent appearance. I'd like to know. Okay, you guys are doing so many super chats. It's going to be very difficult for me to get to all of the. There's a lot of Patreon questions, and I don't think we're a quarter of the way through them yet. Sophia, thanks for the super chat. Any advice for my friend with a 1-year-old male ball python that hasn't accepted food in about 4 months? She's tried all the feeding tips we found. He won't strike. Okay, I don't know what feeding tips you found. So, and I also don't, I'm guessing that she's had the snake since it was a baby and it was eating with her before. So the first things that I say is if the snake is, whoops, sorry, I'll get to that one in a minute. If the snake was eating rats, try mice, because mice oftentimes will elicit a feeding response. Is that the right word? Better than a rat would. This particular snake only has a feeding response with mice. The other thing is try live. If you're doing frozen thawed, I know a lot of people don't like to do live, and I get it. But if I have a snake, and it's been a long time since I've had a snake that's just off food for that long, but I have taken a snake that is used to eating frozen thawed rats, and they go off food for some reason for months, and I'll just go and buy a live mouse and give it to them. Now the reason, hey, right through the beard, huh? Okay. So the reason that, let's see how this goes. We'll just let her do what she's doing. The reason that I do mice is because I live in California and African soft furs are illegal in California. But if I was somewhere where I could source African soft furs, that's what I would use, because African soft furs are a rodent that ball pythons find irresistible for some reason. It's not because that's what they eat in the wild. They are not. African soft furs do not live in the part of Africa that ball pythons live. But for some reason, the smell of those rodents makes ball pythons eat. So that's what I would try if you can do it. Unfortunately, my hat is not strong enough. This does not have a strong enough brim to hold, especially an adult ball python. Okay, Mama, let's just, so I'll hold her with my hand, I guess. We'll get to these questions. She's like, look, you guys, I made it. I made it up to the hat. All right, let's see where we're at. Okay, GHI Steve says, in 2 months, my juvenile ball python has never entered her cool hide. That's identical to her warm one. She leaves the warm when she needs to cool down, but she just stays under some open clutter. Is that normal? I mean, for some snakes, it's normal. For most, no, most snakes don't do that, but every snake is an individual. But I also always say that, you know, if your ball python is staying on the warm side constantly, that could be a sign that your cage is a little bit too cold for them. So you could bump the heat up a little bit, and you might see them thermoregulate a little bit better. And then the opposite is true. If your snake is on the cold side all the time and never on the warm side, that means that your cage is too warm. So you turn down the warm end a little bit and see if your snake will start thermoregulating. So that's how you dial in your temps for the individual snake. You sort of figure out what they like based on if they're always in one spot, you know. And it also might be that they like that hide way better than the other hide. If you have two different hides, they could have a preference for that hide that's on the warm side. So that's why I always say, especially for ball pythons, that it's good to give them exactly the same hide so that doesn't become a factor. Now, I have some ball pythons that it doesn't matter with. You know, I know that they're going to thermoregulate regardless. But if you have a snake that's new, or you've got a snake that you don't know if they're going to thermoregulate, give them exactly the same hides, just so that's not a factor. Okay. Leah says, where would you recommend to get the different things for a bioactive at this point, especially for people who don't have local stores to purchase from? Bioactive Supply. They have sponsored a couple videos, and they are my friends, and they're who I get all my bioactive stuff from. You can email them. They'll give you suggestions on the substrate that would work best. They'll give you suggestions on plants that'll work best for that species of snake and for the substrate that you need for that species of snake. And they're just great. That is who I recommend. They're super helpful and delightful people. That's Chris and Emily at Bioactive Supply. You guys, my hat survived. Tiger Lily. There was another question. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? This is another question from Leah. Yeah, I have no problem with pineapple on pizza. It's fine. I don't order it. Like, there's other pizzas that if I'm ordering my own pizza, I'm not usually going to order Canadian bacon and pineapple, but it's fine. It's good. What I have a problem with is if anyone takes a hard stance on yes or no of that. Just because everybody has different tastes, everybody likes different things, has dislikes. I'll tell you what I dislike. Clams on pizza. If you're in New Hampshire and you're getting white clam pizza, not good. I tried it. My favorite pizza joint near me is Ozzy's Pizza. They're a New Hampshire style pizza, and it's amazing. But because they're a New Hampshire style, they offer white clam pizza. I ordered it once because I wanted to have every single pizza from that place. Did not like it. And I like clams. I enjoy clams. Not on the pizza. Was not good. Okay, Candy is telling me that I missed his super chat. Hang on. Thanks, Candy. Let me see. Nope. Hang on. Now I got to go back to Candy's comment. Candy, which super chat do you think I missed? Oh, did I go back? Oh, did I pull it up and then not read it? So stupid. Okay, hang on. Wait. Okay, so it's Allison's. So I did pull it up and then I didn't answer it. Oh my gosh, it's right here. You guys, thanks so much. I'm really glad that I read that. I don't usually notice the comments. Okay. All right, Allison, thank you for that super chat. Make sure you read the comment from Alyssa, a couple comments above mine. Okay. Hang on. Got it. Okay. There we go. Alyssa, hi, I love your videos. I'm 9 years old. Okay, so Alyssa is the mom So this is Alyssa's daughter. I'm 9 years old and I'm using my mom's phone. Your videos helped me to get my first snake. His name is Mr. Bumblebee. I love that name. That's a great name. He's an inchy pastel yellow belly asphalt het clown ball python, 1 year old. Oh my gosh, that is so many morphs. I bet that's a beautiful snake. That's awesome. Congratulations on Mr. Bumblebee. I'm glad the videos helped. I'm glad that you were able to learn some stuff and get your first snake. I always think it's cool when a parent allows their child to do the research and learn about these animals and then get one. I think that's fantastic. Congratulations. Man, what a ride that was to get me to get to that comment. I almost missed the super chat. The super chat told me to go to the comment. I'm glad we found that. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for being patient with me and understanding that I don't see most of these things. So here's the thing. Chicago deep dish, one of my favorite pizzas ever. Whenever I go to Chicago, I get deep dish, but somebody told me that is not the Chicago. Like if you live in Chicago, you're not getting deep dish. You're getting there's another Chicago pizza. Somebody tell me what it is that I've never had because I didn't know. And now next time I go to Chicago, I have to have the stuff that the locals get. Because apparently the locals don't get the deep dish as much. So my two favorite pizzas around the world are, around the world. I haven't been to Italy, so New York pizza. If I'm in Manhattan, I'm going to every little hole in the wall pizza place and getting a slice multiple times a day. I'm just grabbing a slice. If I'm in Chicago, I'm getting deep dish. But now, next time I'm in Chicago, and maybe in the October Tinley, I'm going to get whatever the other pizza is that the locals get. Thin crust tavern style. Is that the other Chicago one? Is that what we're talking about? Because generally thin crust is my favorite. However, the way they do deep dish in Chicago is so good. And by the way, that's why I like the New Hampshire pizza is it's thin crust and it's so good. Okay, back to these. Here we go. Let's see where we're at. Don says, thoughts on spider morphs? Seems like a lot of controversy on the subject. Yeah, I mean, there's always controversy on spider ball pythons. I think the controversy is less now than it used to be because spider ball pythons come with a wobble, which is what they always say it's a neurological disorder. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter, but it's a deformation in the skull that causes an equilibrium problem. What's happened is it's regulated. The spider ball python problem that used to be a problem has regulated itself. It used to be that breeders would go, oh, they're so pretty. I want to breed them because they're so pretty and I don't care about the problem that it has. Well, now it devalues your snake. So breeders are not breeding them as much because they can't sell their snake for as much if it contains spider. Because other breeders don't want spider in their group, But for a keeper to have a spider ball python, that's totally fine. They do great. They have a wobble. They almost always eat, which is better than most ball pythons. And their life is just fine. They might be a little wonky, but they're going to do just fine. They'll live a long life. So that is I don't have any controversial thoughts on it. I don't have a big hard stance on that. It's again, for breeders, for a lot of especially big breeders, it's a financial thing. Like, what can they make money on? It used to be that you could make money on spider ball pythons because they look real cool. But then, as it turns out, other people, the people that are buying their snakes are also other breeders, and they don't want them because they can't sell them for as much. So if you have spider in your gene combo, it's going to sell less. It's going to sell for less than if it didn't have spider in it. So I think that's fine. I think it makes it so that less of them are bred, and that's great. Charlene, I just saw this. Charlene, I have a great story to tell you. Charlene, I talked about you at the beginning of the I almost said podcast, of the live stream. We talked about these. You probably weren't in yet, but I did mention you in there. So Squeak has, I changed to the ceramic hides. It's not the ceramic hides. It's that I did something different. So he hasn't really been, he's decided that what he likes is to sit behind a plant. Watch this. I'm going to show you. I bet he's there right now. I'm just going to show you, because we'll show off these hides, because I talked about the hides and I said that you can't see them because they're in his cage. So let me show these awesome hides. And then I'm going to show you where Squeak probably is right now. Hang on. Get my camera. Okay. This thing out of the way. Oh, look at this. Squeak is on a hide. That's not where he usually is. That's not what I was expecting. So first of all, look at these awesome hides. Look how cool that is, right? And this is a big piece of charcoal. We're going to talk about that in a second. So Squeak usually is right there behind that dead plant that I have to replace with a live plant. Now he's sitting at least on the hide. That's great. But look how beautiful that ceramic hide is. And then this one. I think they're so cool. So at least he's cuddling up to it, right? That's kind of cool. But he's been out, like almost always. He's been out the last few weeks. So hang on, let me get back around and I'll tell you this story. While I'm here, let me just show you. I'm still going to tell the story. Let me just, since I've got the camera right here, let's look at where Pip is right now. She's in her little cave. We got Bonte in the same spot that he always is. And Ozzy, who we're going to feed later tonight, is up in his sky hide. I'm not going to go any closer on that. Okay. Okay. Now watch this. I can sit down and just completely squish Tiger Lily, and they're just happy like that. Like snakes are happy to be, I'm just fully put my full weight on her back. She doesn't pull away or try to move. I'm going to move because I don't want to sit back like this, but they're so comfortable. Like this is so comfortable for them to be squished. Okay. Don't let me forget. I am telling that story, but I was telling my neighbor Alyssa, who's in the chat right now. Alyssa's awesome. She's part of the Hoarder Keepers. She's my neighbor. She has a snake that I produced. I was over there the other day. We were talking about it, and I was telling her that baby snakes, sometimes if you put them in the palm of your hands, you can put your hand over and just kind of squish them a little bit, and they'll relax. They'll just calm down and be comfortable. And then you can take your hand off, and they're calm. So anyway, the story is that big chunk of coal that's sitting there in front of that one hide that I just showed you. I took Squeak and I was like, dude, I have not seen you in these hides yet. Let me just put you in one. So I guided his head into a hide and he crawled in there. And then I put the coal in front of it. I was like, there's the door. It's just dark in there. And about an hour later, I checked on him. I mean, I watched him for a minute and he didn't move the coal. The coal is so light, so he can easily move it, right? He didn't move it for a little bit. So I just went back to work. And about an hour later, I checked on him. The coal was moved to the side and he was back in the spot behind his plant. But I think he just decided that he likes that spot behind the plant. I don't think that he dislikes the hides. It's that the cage, there was something new about the cage. And so he discovered something that he likes better right now. So, and obviously like he's resting on one of those hides right now. So I think he's going to use it. Oh, Jason's in, you guys. Look at this. One of our delightful moderators. and extremely knowledgeable snake guy, Jason. If you have questions about super dwarf retics, house snakes, probably other things that I don't know, ask Jason. Also, if you're a jerk, he will kick you out so fast. I'm just kidding. We never have jerks. I think in all the time that I've done live streams, we've booted one person. Like I only have memory of the moderators having to boot one person from a live stream. I don't think it's happened more than once because everyone is just really nice. Okay, hang on. I got to get some super chats. Let me just scroll up to make sure I didn't miss any aside from, okay. Joe, thanks for the super chat. Would love to come see you at the Tinley Park show, but it always takes place over the Canadian Thanksgiving weekend. Oh, really? Maybe I'll just bring my family. Yeah, do that. And bring your family to Tinley Park for Thanksgiving. That's unfortunate because like Tinley's kind of easy for some Canadians to get to, I would think, because it's up there. It's up near Canada. I believe I don't have firm plans to go. I would like to, and I believe I'll be there in October, but it's not a guarantee yet. We'll have to see. Amy, thanks for the super chat. Bob, snake butler, breeding matchmaker, noodle au pair, warm tree, and adding weighted blanket for snakes to the resume. Those descriptions are all so good and accurate, right? Good and accurate. Look at, here she is right here. Let's see where her face is. Her face is right there. And then you just do a weighted blanket is a great description of what this is. You know, if you do this to a squirrel, they're going to freak out. Don't do this to a squirrel. Don't lean back on a squirrel. Don't lean back on a cat. You know I'm blurry right now, but I'm doing this for Tiger Lily. Makes her feel good. Snakes like to be squished a little bit. You know, don't do it too hard. But that's the other thing is if you are a person that does love aggression, like you love to just take your puppy and be like, oh, you can do that to a well-socialized snake that's not going to, you know, as long as they're well-socialized, they will love the hug. They like that. You know, they like tight places. Okay. All right, here we go. Back to it. Joe, you just asked this. You just wait. Joe just had a super chat, and now I'm answering his Patreon question. What kind of lighting do you use in your bioactive enclosures? Mostly just LED lights. I have a couple enclosures that have UV, although the UV bulbs need to be changed. But everything that you see here are just LED lights. They're at the front. You want, if you're having somebody build your thing, like if you get a black box cage and you order LED lights, they know where to put them, but I don't know that everybody does. So make sure that whoever's putting your cage together puts the light strip in the front of the cage, going back rather than in the back of the cage, because it looks weird from the back. It's too bright. So just LEDs, but you know, UV if you want to do UV, you know. What I don't like about UV is that it takes up in some of these cages that I have UV. In all the cages that I have UV bulbs, I can't put sky hides up because that UV plus the cage takes up too much room to put a sky hide. If you do, these are smaller cages though. These are 2 and 3 foot cages. So I don't have UV in any of my big cages. I could easily have a UV bulb in one of these and a sky hide, you know, so it depends on the size of your cage. Okay. H&K Creations says, our ball python rubs her face on everything, especially when we add something new to her enclosure. Is this something we should be worried about? We've checked her for mites and skin issues, of which she has none. She seems to enjoy it because she'll rub her face on our hands when we hold her as well. it's not like we don't see that with most snakes, but again, everybody's an individual, and maybe that's just a weird quirk of that snake. I think especially if she's rubbing it on your hands as well. If she had a irritation, like a skin irritation or an itch or something that she couldn't get rid of, I don't know that she would rub it on something soft like your hands. Or maybe she would. I don't know. I haven't experienced that though, so it's hard. I'm just speculating. But it's probably fine, especially it sounds like you've checked her out enough. And then the other question is 8 weeks a normal shed cycle for a 1,200 gram snake? Yes, that's fine. I always say that snakes that are being fed appropriately, that are growing, shed about every 6 weeks, but also 8 weeks is fine. That like they shed when they're ready to shed. It's not something that you have to worry about too much. There are ways to tell if you're feeding appropriately on an appropriate schedule, and they shed based on that for the most part. There's other reasons that a snake could shed, but for the most part, they're shedding because they're growing. And as long as you have them on a normal feed schedule, they'll just shed when they're ready. Azara asks, which is cooler, Gila monsters or chuckwallas? I love a chuckwalla. They're awesome. That being said, Gila monsters, way cooler. Way cooler. You can't, come on, one of the 2 venomous lizards in North America. They're awesome. And they're pink and black. Come on. So cool. They eat almost nothing. Like if you have a Gila monster, which I can't because they're illegal in California, but the guys at I forget what his name is, but it's Rattlesnake Solutions. I was watching a live stream. That's a great channel if you haven't seen that. They're a rattlesnake removal company in Arizona, and they relocate rattlesnakes, and just tons of knowledge, and they're great. But he keeps a number of rattlesnakes, and he also keeps some Gila monsters that he can't re-release in the wild if they have some sort of problem or something. He'll keep them. And I was watching a live stream of his where he was feeding his Gila monsters. And I think he said he feeds them once every 4 months or so. And he just gives them a bowl of raw eggs. And they come over and eat what they want from the raw eggs. And that's it, which is crazy. Beaded lizards are very close to Gila monsters, but they're so different in that they come from a different climate. They eat way more. That like you can't feed them raw eggs every 3-4 months, But yeah, Gila monsters they're cool. Okay. Tasha says, hi, I'm brand new to Patreon. Welcome. Glad you're here. Coming from your YouTube, I absolutely love your video. Okay, wait, I'm going to skip to the question. So I'm glad you like the videos, though. I appreciate it. If there's one item you would absolutely not skimp out on money-wise, what would it be for the snakes? A cage, It's most people don't realize how important a good cage is. Not only the right size of a cage, but a lot of people get, they go, okay, here's my budget. This is like, think of how a child looks at it. They go, all right, I want to buy a snake that's $200, so I got to save $200. But then they forget that the setup costs more than the snake, right? So a lot of adults do that too. They go, well, I'll get the setup. It's fine. Let me just get the animal and then I'll put together the setup. So they get the cheapest fish tank they can, and then they realize that it's really hard to heat. They can't get their humidity correct, all this stuff. If you can just spend money on a PVC cage that's the right size for your snake, PVC handles everything. Your heat, humidity, looks good, so cages is my answer. Candy's Critters says, I need heating changes. Could you go over yours again like I'm a beginner? I still feel like a beginner. I have one glass enclosure and one New Age. I asked her what New Age was because I wasn't familiar with it. What it sounds like to me is that it's a plastic cage, not PVC, but maybe thinner plastic. Okay, so I have one glass enclosure and one New Age. Can you get a thermostat with day and night settings? Okay, so just to answer that question, yes, you can get a thermostat with day and night settings. That's fine, but most snakes don't need that. Like, if we're talking about a ball python, they don't need anything changed from day to night. They can have their heat 24 hours. That's the easiest way to do it. Heat 24 hours for almost all snakes. If you're breeding, there's certain species that, especially if you're breeding them, a night drop is appropriate to have. But any of the more expensive thermostats like Vivarium Electronics or Herbstat have allow for night drops. So that's that. To make it easy on you, though, Candy, a ceramic heat emitter, what I have in these cages, a heat panel, radiant heat panel, anything that's a non-lighted overhead heat source is going to be fine. And depending on your cage setup, some are better than others, but I go non-lighted for my heat source so that I don't have to mess with having a heat lamp and then having that shut off at night and then switching over to something else that's non-lighted. So there's no light in the cage at night, So I just have my light separate. My light is not heated. It's just an LED light, and it's on for 12 hours during the day. My heat source is a non-lighted heat source, and it's, I have a couple cages that are deep heat projectors. I have one cage, I think, that's a ceramic heat emitter. All these cages are radiant heat panels. Everything like that works fine. So just set up something like that. Make it easier on yourself. Put it on whatever thermostat works to regulate that heat. Don't worry about a night drop unless you have to because of the species or because you're breeding, but I don't think you are. So that's the simplest way I can do it. Azara, thanks for the super chat. How's your producer, Carol, doing? So Carol is my producer for a podcast that I do, ladies and gentlemen, called Aliens Are Behind Everything and Other Probably True Nonsense. They're currently sponsoring this live stream because we're in season 2 of that podcast, and it launched today. Episode 1 of season 2 came out today on that podcast. And so what Azara is asking about, because she has watched or listened to the podcast, is the fact that I have a hang on. Where'd it go? Now I lost Azara's comment. I have a producer on that show by the name of Carol. She's the tech person. She's terrible at tech. We've never cut to her. We don't know if she's a jumping spider or not. I do coincidentally have a jumping spider named Carol. Is Carol the jumping spider also my producer? We don't know yet. I'm just checking on Tiger Lily. She's doing fine. Carol also is doing fine. She is, I can see her right now. Actually, you can see her. Watch this. I'll show you Carol. I think we can do a good view of Carol. Pull that off. Don't think I can get too close, but maybe I can. Hang on. Nope, that's the wrong way. Hang on. I don't know if that's a good shot of her or not. I hope it is. But she's in there. She's in her little house. Magnets. Those doors are magnets. Here's how the inspector's doing. And we'll just go down the line here. Here's how Koa's doing. Right here. And Bella came out looking for food. So we are going to feed Koa and Bella today. They're going to be so happy about their food acquisitions today. There they are. And just for the update, here's where Tiger Lily is. And I'm just going to squish her. There we go. She loves it. I think so. Desiree asked me that question also on Patreon. How is your spider? So we're answering that question for both Azara and Desiree right now. I'm getting to that question. But let me see where I'm at. Sheba says, hello, I'm new to Patreon. Welcome. Another new person on Patreon. If you have other pets in the house, like dogs or cats, is it all right to keep a snake enclosure in a public room in the house that all the animals have access to? Or should the snake have its own room? Would that stress the snake out too much to see or smell a cat or dog on the other side of the glass? Of course, I expect you wouldn't let the snake free roam with other animals around. This is just when they're in their enclosure. Yeah. Yes, that's totally fine. You can have your snake can be, because the snake's going to be in a hide most of the time anyway. And as long as your cat isn't sitting there batting at the cage, it's fine. They'll get used to movement in the room. There's kind of a rhythm of the room that the snake has to get used to while they're also getting used to their new cage. They're getting used to what happens outside their cage, beyond that glass, that invisible barrier that they can't seem to get through. You know, there's something happening on the other side, and it's a little scary at first with kids running around or other animals running around, whatever. They don't care if they see a dog or a cat or whatever. They can't recognize that as a dog or a cat because they can't see that well. It's just motion. There's just motion happening in the room, and they'll get used to that, and it'll be fine. Especially they're going to have hides that they can go and hide in. But the smell, dogs and cats aren't their food. Those don't smell like rodents at all. So they're not going to be food, triggered by food. And it's not like they smell that and go, ooh, there's a predator around. That doesn't happen either. So it's just fine. And yes, you're right in your instinct to not free roam them with dogs and cats. You don't want that to happen. That's how snakes get killed. They get murdered sometimes by dogs and cats, unfortunately. Elena says, morning, Bob. I tried to search through some old... Wait, hang on. I wanted to get your feelings on feeding in the snake's enclosures versus feeding in a separate enclosure. Pros and cons of each. And do you feel there's a right and wrong? I have a really easy answer for this, Elena. Feed your snake in their own enclosure. That's not a controversial take on the subject, but when you hear people that feed out, that move their snake to feed, they're just using old information. It's just old, based on an assumption that snakes will get cage aggressive if you take them out. There's risks involved in taking them out. They could regurgitate. It's totally unnecessary. There are circumstances where you might remove a snake, put them in something else to feed them. That, one thing is if you have snakes like house snakes that you can cohabitate, you don't want to feed them in the same thing. So if I'm cohabitating house snakes, I'm going to put at least one, like if I have two in a cage together, I'm going to put one in a deli cup with a lid with their prey item and let them eat there. The other one I'll just feed wherever they are. But then I just open the lid and let them crawl out on their own. I'm not like lifting them up and manhandling them with food in their belly. So, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. So just the simple answer is absolutely feed them in their own cage. Not a controversial take on the subject. It's not like pros and cons of both. It's just moving snakes to feed was bad information. It was just old info that a lot of pet stores still recommend because they just don't know any better. Okay, and then Desiree's question of how's the spider, which we just showed. Spider's doing great. Carol is an adult now, so she's not going to molt anymore. She's just going to hang out and be a spider. She went missing. Some of you may have seen the short that I made. I left, and when I left town, and when I got back in town, I realized that I had left her door slightly open, and she was gone. But it took me 3 seconds to find her because she had just moved. She went onto the inspector's cage and then down to the side of it, and I have a framed picture on the side of the inspector's cage, and she built a little web on the corner of that frame and was just hanging out there. So no problem. Okay, Kyle Ward says, hi there. I'm new to Patreon. Another new one to Patreon. I love having all the new folks. It's great. I hope you guys are enjoying the Patreon. It's such a nice community over there. We have a good time. I'm in contact a lot with. I do a lot of extra videos for, in fact, I did one yesterday, last night, where I was like, you guys talk me down off the ledge. If I'm on a ledge here, I've got an idea for a video that might be a terrible idea, but right now I think it might be a good idea. As it turns out, I think it's a bad idea. But the Patreon folks were the ones to tell me their thoughts on it, and it was really helpful. So join Patreon if you want to have influence on my decisions of what videos to make. Okay, let's get to this question from Kyle. I'd love to buy a ball python from you one day. I already have an enclosure set up and space dedicated for one. I was wondering how and when the process of purchasing a snake usually works. So Kyle, you're going to see that probably next week. I'm guessing you'll see that process. What it is I make an announcement. I make a little video on Patreon and I go, hey, I got snakes available. Here's what I got. And I list I'll list the pricing and the genetics of the snake and whatever. And then it's first come, first serve, whoever wants it. I used to put a wait list together, and I found that doesn't work, because when there are snakes just in eggs and I have a wait list for those snakes, by the time the snakes have hatched and then are ready to go to their new homes, the people on the wait lists are no longer ready to buy, so I just say, hey, here's some snakes that are available. Here we go. So I have a clutch right now from Willow, and those babies are pretty much ready to go. So I'm probably going to make them available fairly soon to Patreon. All right. Next one. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything, because I haven't looked at this chat in a while. I am missing something. Kick Me 77. Thanks for the super chat. Is there a spray I can use on a substrate to kill mildew and mold? I accidentally mixed the substrate and the branches ended up with mildew. Weird. I don't know. You guys put in the chat if you can answer this question. I don't know that there's a spray that would be safe for snakes. I have a tendency to think that that's not something you could do, because it probably, if it was a chemical that would get rid of mildew, it would be really bad for the snakes. But I have no idea. Update, Tiger Lily is still right here in back of me. So there she is. I have several super chats that I haven't gotten to yet. Justice, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. My kids want to know how many snakes you have and which one is your favorite. Oh, that's a great question. The favorite is such a tough one to say, because it's always the snake that I have in my hand right now is my favorite. But I believe that right now I have 47 snakes, I think. Some of them are babies that'll go to new homes, but most of those are mine. Favorites, it's tough. Tiger Lily is one of my favorites because she came from the first clutch that I ever hatched. And she's super pretty, and I love her so much. She's got a great personality. So she's one of my favorites, but also I have so many others that are favorites. I have species that I have favorite species, like the super dwarf reticulated pythons are a favorite species of mine. But man, it's tough to say a favorite snake. It's a good question though. Better Duck Chuck, thanks for the super chat. Hey Bob, the family has decided to name the new super dwarf Thunder Thigh. Thanks for the help. I love that you went with my stupidest. Actually, it's probably not it's probably such a stupid name that it's genius. I think it's great, and I love that you guys went with it. But what are you going to call it? Like in practical terms, when you say the snake's name, are you going to just call it Thunder? Because that's actually a good thing to, Tiger Lily just loves hats, and I wish that I picked a hat with a stronger brim. I love that you went with that name, though. It's so funny. You guys, that's the first. We're going to say that is the first snake to be named Thunder Thigh. I want that name to become more popular than Monty the Python. Okay? So everybody needs to name their snakes Thunder Thigh from now on. Slayer sent a super sticker that I'll be able to see tomorrow, but I can't see it right now. Thanks for that, Slayer. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm just scrolling down. All right, back to the Patreon. I'm going to put Tiger Lily back in a minute, although she seems to be having a grand time, if snakes can have a grand time. Bune says, this is spelled Bunneeah. The only way to pronounce that is Bune. Says, is there a single good source of info on what snakes are legal to own in your area, or should you be checking all possible places? U.S. Game and Fish and Game, local government offices. Yeah, you have to check locally, but it's not what animals are legal. You want to find out what animals are illegal to own, and that's usually pretty easy to find out. So, like in Montana, you can't have a reticulated python, and there's other snakes that you can't have. But a simple Google search should tell you what animals are illegal to have in your state. If you, for instance, if I want to have let's say I wanted to have a ferret, I can easily just Google, are ferrets allowed in California? And I'll find out in seconds that I would be breaking the law in California if I had a ferret. So that's all you got to do. But it's not really a list of what's legal to own. It's a list of what's illegal, because there are a lot of animals in the world. Okay. Cena says, I know you have a video up about going from live to frozen, but dude, my new ball python boy is not happy with me changing that. Feeling so frustrated with him right now. Had him recently, but he has a bite. Let's see. I wonder if part of this was cut off or something. Had him recently, but he has a bite mark on his neck from his last live at a previous owner. Okay. So the previous owner was feeding live. He's got a bite mark on his neck. So you don't want to feed live. You want to switch into frozen thawed. Here's the thing. If this is a brand new snake, I'm assuming this is a brand new snake, and you're like, okay, we're just going to go frozen thawed, and you've tried frozen and they won't take it. You gotta feed live for right now, just to switch him over. So get him eating comfortably in his new cage on live. Just watch. You know, the reason that he's got a bite mark is the previous owner wasn't watching. So feed live for the first couple of meals to let them know that they get live. I mean, that they get food in their cage. Once they've had a couple live meals, offer them a frozen and see if they take it. If they don't, there's a number of ways that you can get them to take it. And you know, I have those videos up that talk about it, but you know, one relatively easy thing to do is get a rat that's about half the size that they should eat. Get a live one and a frozen one that would equal about the same size that you would feed them. Feed the live first, let him eat that live first, and when he's looking for another one, hand him the frozen. Most snakes, once they've taken one frozen thawed, will take them readily after. So you want to sort of trick them into taking one, you know. But there's a lot of techniques, and every snake is individual. So it's sometimes you got to try a few different things to get them to take it. Okay. Jake says, not about snakes, but I noticed you're in an episode of Parks and Rec. I'd love to hear about your experience doing that. Sure. We've talked about that before, but it's probably been a while. But if you've heard the story, sorry, it's a repeat. People are going to ask me about it. Parks and Rec is such a popular show that, and you know, it's been off the air for a long time, but people still watch reruns. I still watch reruns. I'm a big fan of the show. But I was in an episode called 106 meetings or whatever meetings. The episode where Ron, April was booking meetings with people for Ron on a date that she thought didn't exist, but it does exist. So that day comes and Ron has over 100 meetings, I think. Maybe it's called 99 meetings. I don't know. Anyway, I play one of the townspeople that had a meeting with Ron, and he basically delegates all of his meetings to everybody else. So I end up in my meeting with Anne, who's a nurse and doesn't even work for the city of Pawnee. She's just Leslie Nope's best friend. I end up with a meeting with Anne, and it's just a quick little scene. We have, it was a few lines and then a funny bit. But my experience on there was this, that it's very rare that I, as an actor, have had the opportunity to be on a show that I actually enjoy, that I actually watch. I've done a lot of kids shows, a lot of like Hannah Montana. I did that show. I'd never heard of it before I auditioned for it. It was like season 2 of Hannah Montana. This is stuff that I've never heard of, wouldn't watch because it's kids shows, stuff like that. So I book Parks and Rec, and I'm like, oh man, I love Parks and Rec. That's awesome. And I was so excited to spend the day because it's usually a long day, to like 12 hours. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to spend all day on this set. I'm going to meet everybody. It's going to be great. And I get on set, and they bring me to my trailer, and I sit in my trailer and get dressed, get the outfit that the wardrobe had for me. And really quickly, the AD, the assistant director, brings me out and brings me to set. And I find out that the only scene that's being shot today is that one scene, that little scene that I had with Anne. There was nothing else on the schedule, which means that Rashida Jones, who plays Anne, was the only one on set that day, and me. I didn't get to meet anybody. And they work fast. So we did a couple of takes. We did like 2 or 3 takes. I had an idea. I'm really proud about this. The scene basically goes, Anne says, I say whatever my complaint was. Anne says, I actually don't even work for the city. I'm a nurse. And I go, oh, you're a nurse? Can you take a look at this thing on my arm? And then I show her my arm. I pull up my sleeve and show her my arm. So when they were done with the few takes that they wanted to do, I said to the director, I said, it might be funny if I pull my entire shirt up and off to show her my arm. And he goes, yeah, let's try it. Let's just try one. So that's the one they used, which was fun because it was my idea, because I thought it'd be funnier. Because why would you go full shirt off to show your arm, Anyway, we maybe we got to 4 or 5 takes, which takes no time at all. And then they were like, okay, we're done for the day. Thanks, you guys. Bye. And then I had to leave. Like I wandered around set for a little bit and I got pictures of all the different, rooms, Leslie's office and Ron Swanson's office and all the different things. And I got to see the set. But basically I was there for a total of maybe 2 hours, and then I was done. I got paid for the full day. But come on, man. I've been on Disney sets for 12 hours of shows that I've never even heard of before. I really wanted to spend more time on Parks and Rec. But I was really happy to be cast. It's a show that I love. And I'm glad to have been just a small part of one episode. Okay, hang on. Let me see where we're at. Tanya, thanks for the super chat. I fixed the grammar problems in the version I sent you. What are the grammar problems? Oh, the version that you sent me, were there grammar problems? I think I missed that. You edited, Tanya, you edited grammar in the version that you sent me. That's crazy. I just moved a bunch of stuff around is what I did. Hang on. That was so nice of you to do that work though, Tanya. I have a super chat from Back to Chang, but here's what I'm going to do real quick, because I don't want to drink a bunch of this Aberlour, because I want to save it for special occasions because it is awesome. That's the just Aberlour in general is a nice Scotch. It's a fine Scotch, but this particular one, the Abu Na, is very special. And it's cask strength, so I don't need cask strength right now. I'm going to get a different bottle. Hang on 1 second here. You can look at whoever that is. Oh, look at that. We got Bella out hunting around right now. Okay. There you go. You're welcome, you guys. You got to see my legs in jeans as I walked by the front of that camera. Okay, we're switching to the Bruneladic Classic Laddie, which is such a strange color for a bottle of Scotch. This is Islay Scotch, but it's non-peated, which is kind of rare for Islay. Islay is usually heavily peated Scotch, but it's delightful. It's a wonderful Scotch, not cask strength, and I like it a lot. It's one that if somebody had no experience with Scotch at all and just wanted to try one, that's usually the one that I would pick to have someone try, because it's just friendly. There's no challenging flavors. It's really nice. Okay, back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. Favorite comedic duo, Pryor, Wilder, but you mentioned Tommy Boy earlier. Yeah, okay, so yes, Pryor and Wilder for sure. David Spade and I almost said Tommy Boy. David Spade and Chris Farley, awesome comedy duo. But let's go back to almost before my time, but when I was a little kid, I would watch Harvey Korman and why can't I think of his name? Who am I thinking of, you guys? Somebody put it in the comments. Harvey Korman and Tim Conway is who I'm thinking of. If you look up old sketches from the Carol Burnett show that are Harvey Korman and Tim Conway, they are so funny. Like, the sketch itself is hysterical, but Tim Conway had the ability to make his other cast members crack up laughing more than anyone has ever been able to do since. And it's so funny. It's super entertaining. So I would say, I mean, that's a trio really of Harvey Korman, Tim Conway, and Carol Burnett, but they were just fantastic and fun to watch. And those sketches still hold up, you know, like if you don't know what I'm talking about and you just want to look it up, look up the Tim Conway elephant. What's the deal? He's just telling a story about an elephant that he saw at a zoo. But he basically, the deal is, you kind of have to know what happened ahead of time. I'm just checking on her. They had basically gone through the rehearsal of the story. So Carol Burnett and Tim Conway Carol Burnett and Harvey Korman knew what he was going to say because they had rehearsed the sketch. So they knew the story. When they went to shoot it in front of the live audience, Tim Conway had a completely different story about an elephant that they had never heard. And it's absolutely hysterical. It's so funny. Look that up, because I think there's a video of like the original story and then what he ended up doing as a surprise during the live taping. It's so funny. All right. I could talk about that stuff forever. Thanks for derailing me there. Back to Chang. Okay. Starburst, thanks for the super chat. My 7-month-old ball python arrived last week, and congratulations, and ate her first meal 3 days ago. Come on, that's awesome. She's currently avoiding her warm hide. Is it safe to handle her 48 to 72 hours post-meal if the cool hide is 77 degrees? Yeah, that's fine. They can digest at that. You know, it'll take them a little bit longer to digest at closer to 80 degrees, 77 to 80 degrees. But they're fine. As long as you don't see a lump in their belly, it's just fine, And you shouldn't see it, like, if their temps are normal, you shouldn't see a lump in their belly after 24 hours, but especially after 48 to 72. So, but congrats on that. That's awesome. Azara, thanks for the super chat. What do you mean when you say cask strength? That's a great question, because I sometimes don't explain things enough. Because when I'm talking about whiskey, I know that most of you don't care about what I'm talking about when I say whiskey, so I don't go into full explanations. What cask strength means is that they, for other whiskeys, what they do is or liquor in general, alcohol in general, is, you know, they're aging the alcohol at a certain percent of alcohol by volume. That's the alcohol in the cask. Almost always, when they pull it out of the cask, they mix it with water so that, like, for instance, this bottle of Classic Laddie, 50% alcohol by volume, right? So that is 50% alcohol and 50% not alcohol. And 48% is a pretty common alcohol by volume. Cask strength just means that they haven't added any water to it. They aged that in a cask and they put it in a bottle and sold it to you. They didn't dilute it at all. That doesn't mean 100%. That's it's different in each one. That one I think said 67%. And that's a big difference between 50% and 67%. So you don't want to just drink that all night, because it'll mess you up. But it means that what you're drinking is exactly what was aging in the barrel without being diluted at all. And for people who are not used to drinking straight whiskey like this, like I drink whiskey neat, and I'm used to that. So if I wasn't used to it and I drank cask strength, it would probably just taste like hairspray. It just tastes like fire. But when you're used to it and it doesn't do negative things to your mouth, you can taste a lot more flavors in it. It's a lot more flavorful, way more delicious, but not for someone who's not used to drinking it. So that's that. Teresa Woods, thanks for the super chat. Bob, you were also in Lie to Me as a hot dog vendor. That the main guy guesses you lied about washing your hands. I swear it was you. That was me. That was Tim Roth. Tim Roth. Am I right? Am I saying that right? It feels like that's his name. Hang on. I'm going to look this up. Hang on a second. Yeah, Tim Roth was the lead in Lie to Me. That's another show that I really liked, but when I was cast in it, I didn't know the show. I didn't start watching it until after I was cast in it. So, but yeah, that was another one where it was one short scene, but it was funny and it was a memorable scene. This was a hot dog vendor who, basically that show, there was another show on at the same time that was the exact same concept. It was basically a guy who could tell if you were lying immediately. He had all these little tells. And this was just a scene at the beginning of the episode to set that up. And he was getting a hot dog from a hot dog vendor, and he knew that I hadn't washed my hands. And there were these little tells. And so he's calling me out on it. And it was like, I was embarrassed because he could tell that I was lying about not washing my hands. That was a fun one. And I really liked that show. I wish it had lasted. It didn't, because there was the other show called, what was it called at the same time? That was basically the exact same concept, and two different networks put those shows out at once. It was Lie to Me and something else. If anybody can remember what the other show was, which was also a good show, put it in the chat. Wasn't Monk. It was Lie to Me, and I want to look it up. Hang on. The Mentalist. It's so crazy how you can just you can just put anything into Google. I literally wrote, what was the show that was just like Lie to Me? and it came right up. The Mentalist. That's what it was. Oh yeah, you guys all have it. So many of you said it before. I could have just waited for you guys to. Well done, everybody. Good job. So Lie to Me and The Mentalist were out at the same time. The Mentalist won out. Lie to Me was canceled eventually. I think maybe they won a couple seasons, but good shows. And that was another fun one day on set. It was a good time. Tim Roth was very nice. Okay. Where are we at here? Hang on. Oh, I know where we're at. Okay, April says, hi, everyone. Hi, Bob. I've been in Florida with my mom and sister for Mother's Day and my birthday. Happy birthday, April. Saw a lot of cool animals. My question is, what's the best way to go about herping to get the most out of it? Is there a herping for noobs guide? That's a great question because there's a lot of people that want to go herping, but just don't know how to do it. Like, how do you find reptiles in the wild? Which is one of the reasons why I try to do, at least one and sometimes two herping trips a year with the Horde of Keepers, with the Patreon folks, so that we can go out and just do it, go find some snakes. But here's my best advice. What you do if you're going to an area where you want to go herp, first of all, you can look up online, but you can also talk to locals that do it. Like if you can find someone who lives in the area that you know is a reptile person, you can find out where they're finding reptiles. But the best thing to do is in the evening after a hot day, after a warm day. It can't be too cold. It also can't be too hot. It can't be super hot. But let's say it's a day that's in the 80s. You're in the 80s, maybe into the 90s, and then it's cooling off at night. You go road cruising. It's the easiest thing to do because you don't have to hike for 10 miles. You just get in your car on a highway that's not very busy, or a road. It doesn't have to be a highway. Road that's not very busy. And you just go slow. And you'll find those snakes sitting out on the road, on the side of the road, in the middle of the road, whatever. And it's great because you just stop your car, run out there, check out the snake, and help it to get off the road so it doesn't get run over, and then move along. It's the easiest way to find snakes. Hiking around, I've spent several recent weekends hiking around looking for rattlesnakes. I found one rattlesnake and one gopher snake in a couple of trips. And that is not road cruising, but just hiking for miles, looking for stuff. That's the harder way to do it. But road cruising that's the way to go. Lisa says, I'm just looking for reassurance. I'm a person who's been afraid of snakes my entire life. My son needed someone to take his ball python Pearl. So of course I couldn't say no. You could have, Mom. You totally could have said no, but you didn't, because that's nice. That's so nice of you. You're afraid of snakes, but you said yes. Okay. Your videos showed me how to care for her and learn about her. So I redid her entire enclosure to make sure she was comfortable and happy, but she hasn't come out of her hide in 5 days now, except to eat after being put in there. Is this typical? It is, Lisa, because they are pretty shy animals. They're crepuscular, which means that if they're out of their hide at all, it's going to be at night, like in the evening, and early mornings, like 4, 5, 6 a.m. if they're out at all. And then once it's time to go to bed, these are sleepy buggers. They'll sleep for 20 plus hours a day, and it's in their hide. So it sounds like she's comfortable. If you saw that snake up during the day moving around all the time, that would mean they're not comfortable in that new enclosure yet, but it sounds like that snake is just being a typical snake. So well done. Sounds like you got a good setup for her. Joe says, relative to the snake's body size, how small of a hole can a snake fit through? Pretty small, man. I mean, they're not an octopus, but pretty small. The snakes have a rib cage. They've got a spine and a rib cage. So there's you know, that will limit them. It's hard for me to say like, oh, they can fit through a hole that's 50% of their body. I don't know. Like I can't go that specific, but I can say that if you see a hole and you go, they can't fit through that, they might be able to. So be careful. That's all I got to say about that. I can't give you a more specific answer than that, but they can really squish themselves for sure. Brianna says, hang on, let's see. Okay. Brianna says, have you ever thought about trying to herp in all the US states and territories as a channel side quest / subplot? Love that idea. I don't know that all the states, like, am I going to find snakes in Alaska? Probably not. Hawaii, for sure not. So that one's out. Alaska would be tough. What are the other states that would be really tough to find snakes? You know, in mainland United States, I think you could find snakes just about anywhere. That'd be fun to do, to say that you found snakes in every state, you know? Alyssa, you're saying, I think 20 hours is normal. Miss Cynthia Doll definitely fits that description. Makes me relax knowing she's comfortable. Yeah. This is what we were talking about yesterday, Alyssa. She's fine. She's doing good. Alyssa is my neighbor. She's also a member of the Horde of Keepers, and Cynthia is a snake that came from me. And I just go over to her house and like we fed her last night. Alyssa's feeding her on her own, but she wanted. So last night, here's what happened last night. Alyssa's a new snake mom. She's a lizard mom. She has several lizards, chameleons, and geckos and such. And she does great with them, but she didn't know about snakes, and she's learned about snakes. And she now has one, a beautiful little snake named Cynthia. And so having me right next door makes it easy for feed. Like I can come over and help her feed and do stuff like that. And but now she's got it. Like she's pretty much got it on her own. But yesterday she wanted me to look at Cynthia to see if she was in shed because she was going to feed her. So I went in there and I looked at her. She wasn't in shed, but I picked her up. It was evening, right? It was time to feed. She's on an every 2-week schedule right now. It was time to feed. And so I pick her up and I'm like, hey, Cynthia. And Cynthia's squeezing me so like tighter. I don't think I've ever been squeezed this tight from a ball python of that size. This is a pretty small snake still. And she's just like, my fingers are red. And I'm like, this is weird. This is like a snake that's in food mode. I go, maybe she's in food mode, but ball pythons don't usually do that. But you know, you never know. And so we're just sitting there talking. And then all of a sudden, Cynthia just goes, munch. and I'm like, hey, lady, can you get your teeth out of my finger, please? But I think that was traumatic for Alyssa to see her snake bite someone. But it was fine. It was definitely a food bite. We sprayed a little water in her mouth to get her to let go. And then we fed her and she was fine. She was like, hey, thanks for the food, you know? But that happens sometimes, you know, if your python is squeezing you really tight, they're about ready to bite you, you know? And I just wasn't concerned about it, you know? And it did happen. Okay. Mr. Ernest, thanks for the super chat. I grew up in southeast New Mexico. I saw lots of rattlesnakes hunting and hiking there. Yeah, there's so many rattlesnakes in New Mexico. I want to go herping there. I've never been herping in New Mexico. Hang on, let me get another snake. I'm going to leave Tiger Lily where she is. Let's show off one of these. I've got a baby here. It's real cool. Hey, little one. This is a baby that I don't think I've ever seen the snake ball up, but I think I caught her sleeping. And she is in a ball. She is, what is she? She's spot nose. Spot nose something. Oh, here. There she is. She's like, I don't know. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. She's spot nose and some other stuff. But she's real pretty. and I like her. So look at that. Pulled her out. She was in a ball, but it took seconds, and now she's like, oh, okay, I think I'm safe enough to at least tongue flick around a little bit. So that's cool. This snake will be available to Patreon members probably next week. She's a real sweet lady. Look at that head stamp. It's a guitar. It's a perfect guitar head stamp. All right. But Alyssa, it was dramatic, I know. But we talked about how this is nighttime, this is feeding time on her feeding day, and not like you'll never see that behavior if you're picking your snake up during the day. And also, if I didn't want to get bit, I would have put that. It's not like I wanted to get bit, but if, like if I was really concerned about it, I'd have been like, oh, she's squeezing me, I'm going to put her down. Like that's the sign, I just didn't put her down. What I thought was, oh, she's squeezing me, but she probably won't bite. I was wrong. Not a big deal though. I did not go to the hospital, you guys. You might be surprised to know that I did not go to the hospital. And also my reaction, I don't have much of a reaction when I get bit by snakes because it's not it doesn't hurt, especially on a small snake. It doesn't hurt. It's not that big of a deal. But I didn't even say anything until she had been hanging on to me for like 2 seconds or 3 seconds. And I looked down, I was like, hey, can you let go now? Like it's time to let go. Alyssa's like, is she biting you? Yeah, she's got her teeth in me right now. But I did not lose feeling in the finger. So I think it's going to be fine. Okay. Back to the Patreon questions. Here we go. Okay, here's Tanya's question. This is Tanya's question that she thought was too long, and that's why she did the why she worked up the list of questions for me, which was it's a lot of work to go through this. All right, Tanya says, my male ball python from you is 8 months old. So this is a snake that Tanya got from me 8 months ago. He's still eating rat pups. Hang on. Okay. He's still eating rat pups. You want to go up on my hat? You can. You can. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Tiger Lily's there. I just need to check on her. Okay, here we go. Starting over with Tanya's. My male ball python that I got from you is 8 months old. He's still eating rat pups because I don't want the ones I have to go to waste and has been content with those. However, I fed him on Sunday, and both Tuesday night and last night, he has been posted up in ambush position all night. He has never done this before. Is it an age thing or a truly hunger thing? Since he should probably be unweaned now. Giving him 2 rat pups per feeding would be too much, I think. Should I increase the frequency until the pups are gone? And can I start on weaned? So this is a tricky thing that this is a question that a lot of people have. Like, when do I go to the next size, and how many do I like? It's tough to sort of figure this out. Or should I chuck the rat pups and just get weaned rats for now? Okay, so what I found out after I asked her some questions, and what I found out is that the snake is 8 months old. It's 252 grams, and I got pictures of the snake. The body condition is fine. Okay, that's very small for a 8-month-old ball python. And I'm going to show you her that snake's sister. That one's a boy. I'm going to show you his sister and where she's at right now. So first of all, I think what I said is that to go ahead and feed 2 rat pups. Like, that snake can take 2 rat pups as long as they're actually pretty small rat pups. It can take 2 just fine. And get rid of that bag, and then just go to weaned. But what's going to happen is once that snake starts eating the appropriate size meal, it's going to catch up. Like, it's not underweight right now. It doesn't look emaciated at all. It's the body condition is just fine. It just hasn't grown as fast because it hasn't been fed as much food. So to give you an example, this snake, this is that snake's sister. Her name is Diamond Annie, and she's delightful. She is, I weighed her today. She's 525 grams. So that's just a few grams over twice the size of her brother. And again, that's okay. They both have a decent body condition. She's not fat because at this age, at 8 months old, you can't make a snake fat, really. It's really hard to make a snake fat. They just grow faster. So I have, I'm pretty used to knowing at what point the snake should be going up in size, and I just do it. So she's on small rats now. She took her first small rat, I think, a few weeks ago. She's had a couple of small rats, and so she's 525 grams. So that snake, the Diamond Annie's brother, will catch up in size quickly, once they're eating bigger meals. So, no problem. But how pretty is this snake? Het for VPI Axanthic. Wait, het for clown also? Am I right about that? I can't remember. I don't remember who her dad is. I'll have to look it up. But anyway, I like her a lot. That was a cool clutch. Lots of cool snakes came out of that one. That is, Anya is her mom. For anyone wondering. Okay. Cody says, how long do you think I can keep my juvenile super dwarf retic in a 4x2x2 enclosure if I feed normally? Cody, that's the hardest one to answer. If you said any other snake, I'd be able to give you an answer. But super dwarves are so tough to know. It depends on their genetics. It depends on their, the parents, their locality, how much you're feeding, what you're feeding. I've said this recently in a video that there isn't any other snake that has as wide of a size, possible size range as dwarf and super dwarf reticulated pythons. So really hard to know. The one thing that I'll tell you is that they like to move around a lot. So you want to give them as much space as possible. My retics, if they were in their cage all day, these are 5-foot cages. If my retics were in their cage all day, these cages would be way too small for them. But they are out almost every day, and they have a full room to cruise around in. Echo, Stella's in shed right now, so Stella's in her cage, because she hasn't moved for days, and she won't until she sheds. But Echo spent the entire day outside. She came out at around 8:30 a.m. and she's been out hunting all day. And I put her back right before the live stream because I didn't want her hunting when I'm trying to do a live stream. So, but fortunately with my snakes, I can let them free roam and such like that. So I feel okay with them not being in a huge cage. But I think for super dwarf, for reticulated pythons, regardless of their dwarf status, reticulated pythons in general are movers, and so they require large caging. So put them in as big of a cage as you want. And they're also not as shy as some other snakes like ball pythons. So if they're a baby, still give them lots of clutter. But if it's a baby, give them a big cage, with plenty of hiding spots. You don't want to give them a big open cage, but hey, you're okay, little one. Look at how pretty this little snake is. Not a crazy morph combo. There's nothing crazy about this. What is it? I'm going to tell you what it is right now. We're going to feed more snakes in a little bit, you guys. This one is shoot. Nope, that's not right. Okay, what are you? You're number... are you number 3? No, you're number 4. So I have this little one listed as... oh, just spot nose yellow belly. That's it. Yeah. So that's not super crazy. But look how pretty. You know, with a guitar head stamp. Just yellow belly and spot nose. Simple combo. Yellow belly makes them bright. Spot nose does a little bit with the color, but does some cool stuff with the pattern and gives them that awesome face and head stamp. Beautiful snake. Look at the inspector over there. Going crazy with his lights on. He spends most of the year, he spends in a hide almost all the time. I never see him. And then for a couple months, he'll do this. And usually if I'm not on a live stream, I'll just let him out at night. He's not in food mode at night. He's one of the only snakes that I trust to just, he doesn't want to hang out with me, but I can bring him out and he'll protest a little bit, but he's not going to be in food mode and bite me, you know? So he's one of the only ones that I let free roam at night. And it's only during like this part of the year when he's doing this kind of stuff. I'll let him out at like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, let him cruise around for a little bit, put him back before I go to bed. Works well. And I never see him in the morning. Almost never. Okay. Where are we at here? Allison. Hi, Allison. Thanks for the super chat. New Patreon tier inspired by Alyssa. Bob will come to your house and personally help feed care for your snakes. How much do you think for that tier? Here's the thing, Allison, the tough thing about that tier is that I don't charge any more for that, but you have to pay for the housing to live right next to me, which may not be very expensive, but you just have to find the place, you know. Fortunately, Alyssa actually is the reason that I'm here, you guys. I forgot about this. So do you remember when I all of a sudden had to move from my other place because it was being torn down? And so I was like, you guys, I may have to move out of state. I was super stressed. And then my friend Gabe, who lives across the street from me now, Gabe was like, hey, I was talking to my friend who lives across the street, and their building allows pets, and they'll probably allow snakes. Her name's Alyssa. So Alyssa didn't know me at all, but she was talking to Gabe, and she was like, hey, you should have your friend apply here. And that's the only reason that I found this place. Otherwise, I may have had to move out of state. Who knows what I would have had to do. There's not many places that will allow a person and a pile of snakes. Now, what I'd like to do eventually, and I probably will, is buy some land in some rural area and just have my own place. But right now I'm still in LA and doing my thing. So, you know, anyway, so Alyssa is the reason that I'm here. She's a pretty good neighbor. Tanya, thank you. Her dad is Kodiak. Okay, so I thought that. So Kodiak is a clown pied, visual clown pied. So both of our snakes are pied, visual pieds, het clown, het VPI axanthic. That's what I thought, but I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Thanks for super chatting that, Tanya. Tanya is going to be in Costa Rica with me next month. We've got a small group of the Horde of Keepers going to Costa Rica, and Tanya's going, which is going to be cool. It's a great way to have a little snake fall off your arm. Is to just have them trying to balance themselves. Godzilla Scott, thanks for the question. The Scotch is great. I will say this, that I love the classic laddie, the Brunlatic. This is what I'm drinking right now. For those of you who don't know, this is what I'm drinking. But I started with the Aberlour Abuna, which is one of my favorites. It's cask strength, super sherried. So when you go from that to this is a good Scotch, but it's not nearly the fancy stuff that I was drinking before, you know. Jim's coming with us too, you guys. Jim at Far Racing coming to Costa Rica. We're going to have so much fun. It's going to be a blast. Okay, here we go. Where are we at? Okay. All right. I've got Riley Jimison trying to derail me by texting me right now. He's clearly not watching the live stream. Okay. I think we're on Rachel's question. We are. Rachel says, are there any of your ball pythons you can never pair because their genetics might produce problematic combo? Which snakes and genes? I don't think so, other than I don't want to produce super spot nose, which has happened. And I'm not pairing two spot noses again, because I don't want super spot nose produces the same kind of wobble that spider produces. And I don't want to do that again. I think that's the only problematic gene combo, which those snakes do just fine. They just have a wobble, you know, but so I'm not doing that anymore. That's for sure. Because I don't like to produce anything that could be problematic. There's enough, you know, we have enough problems with baby snakes that where the genetics shouldn't be a problem, but something happens in incubation. Something weird just happens with snakes sometimes, where they hatch out weird, and in the wild, that snake would just get eaten by something else. But you know, we try to get them going or whatever. So we have enough of those issues that you don't want to pair snakes that where the genes are going to cause problems. I don't think I have any others other than making that super spot nose that would be a problem. And then Rachel's other question are, people say retics are the smartest snake. I'm wondering if you've observed that, and if so, what does it look like when a snake appears to be smarter than other snakes? Yeah, I mean, people say that. I always say that you know, people say that the king cobra is the smartest. That's what everyone says. And the reason for that is that we see them building nests. You know, they do stuff that other snakes don't do at all. They literally, like the mothers will literally take sticks in their mouth and build a giant nest. And they do these weird things that other snakes don't do. And they're just highly intelligent. And then a lot of people say that reticulated pythons are the second smartest snake in the world. And what I observe here, I don't know if that's true or not. I do repeat it though, because I think they're very smart. Maybe they're the second smartest snake. They are more interactive with me than any of the other snakes would ever be. I would never have a ball python that's free roaming come and check up on me. But if the super dwarfs are free roaming, they're often, especially Stella. Echo is usually focused more on hunting. Then she's kind of that's sort of her singular mindset. But if I'm holding her, she's very interested in what's going on, you know. But Stella will, if I go into this, so I call it the snake wall room, but I'm going to be honest with you. That is my bedroom. That is where I sleep. My bed is in the snake wall room. I just have a giant wall, and it's not giant, but it's an 18-foot wall in my bedroom that I've put the snake wall, right? So if I have them in that room, that is my bedroom. So a lot of times I'll go in there. Stella will be in there. And anytime Stella's in there, I can predict it. It happens always, no matter where she is, and except unless she's sleeping. If she's curled up sleeping somewhere, it's not going to happen. But as long as she's awake, I go in there, I sit down on my bed, and a lot of times I'll lay down on my bed to edit on my phone. If I'm editing like a short that I'm going to post, I'll sit there and edit on my bed. And it takes her about 10 minutes. But in 10 minutes of me laying there on my bed, she's on me. She's like, and not looking for food, just, oh, hey, the guy came in. Let me see what he's all about. And she crawls all over me. And it's really my favorite thing. I love it because she's just She wants to know what's going on. Something happened in the room that's different. The guy came in. What's happening with him? There's no ball python that would ever do that. At least mine, you know. Looks like the lights are turning off. You guys, it must be 8 p.m. So the interactiveness is very interesting. The other thing that'll happen is sometimes I'll go in my room to check on them and I'm still editing on my phone. And instead of laying down on the bed, I'll stand there. I'm just like, you know how you're kind of mindlessly just working on your phone. I'm just standing there. I've checked on them. Stella will come up and, like a cobra, she'll periscope up to about my waist and be like, hey, what's going on? And she'll put her nose on me and she's just checking to see what's going on. Happens all the time. I love it. It's one of the reasons that super dwarf retics are probably my favorite species to keep, is because of how interactive they are, you know. They learn stuff really fast. Ball pythons learn things really fast too. So, I mean, all of my snakes do. Any of these snakes will target train super fast. They'll learn their favorite spots in the room super fast. They have incredible memory recall, you know, but the retics seem to do all that at a little bit of a higher level. It's pretty cool. That was a long answer to a question. I hope it was interesting enough to hold your attention, everyone. Thanks for being with me. All right. Snakebite says, how can I buy / import a CITES A animal, an Argentine boa, from another European country? What must I do to prepare before and after buying or importing the snake, preferably without quarantine at the border? I know that I have to have some form of import license, and the snake must have some kind of marking chip attached. Snakebite, I got to be honest, I've never done it before, so I don't know the process. But if I were to do it, I wouldn't even be looking into everything you said. The only thing I'm doing is contacting an importer and saying, hey, I've got a snake that I need to import. Can I put it in your next shipment? Like that's all you got to do. If you're not a big importer, you don't want to go through all that mess. You pay an importer, you pay someone, and have the snake come into that, you know, with that shipment. It's one snake. You're going to pay them a fee. No big deal. You know, for you to apply for the license and do all that stuff, totally unnecessary. Unless you're doing it a lot, unless you're like becoming an importer, then I still don't know the answer because I've never done it before. But I've never even thought about importing a snake until I took my trip to the Dominican Republic, and we found that if you saw that video, I found that snake, that one, it's a male, and it's like a morph. It's a super dark, melanistic almost mountain boa. And the biologist that I was with was going to keep that snake and try to breed it with a Dominican red and prove out the morph and see if that's an actual new morph. And if he does that, if he ends up doing that, I get one of the babies. And so then I will be going through that process of finding an importer to try to import that snake. Because I really won't, I'd love to have one of those babies if he does that, you know. But aside from that situation, if it ever happens, I haven't even thought about doing that. Back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. Okay, I did dog and cat rescue for 20 years. Wow, that's cool. On Morph Market, there are 22,000 ball pythons for sale. It's such a long lifespan. What happens to the snakes who have owners who are over it? Are there enough rescues? Here's the problem. There are a lot of rescues, yes, but there's also, it also happens a lot. There's a lot of ball pythons and rescues. It's not like dogs. You know, it's not like the amount of dogs and cats that are in rescues, but for reptile rescues, there's a number of ball pythons. But I tell you, it's not the expensive ones. It's the normals and the pastels and the stuff that where somebody just bought a snake on a whim that was kind of cheap at a pet store, and then once they're over it, they go, oh, I'll just send it to a rescue, or I'm moving, I'll just give it to a rescue. That's problematic. So if you're thinking about getting a snake and getting a rescue is a possibility for you, I highly recommend it. It's a nice thing to do because there's a lot of snakes that are available, and snakes that are really sweet. It's not like a snake ends up in a rescue because it's attacking people all the time, whereas some dogs do. But usually snakes are in a rescue because the person is moving or they're just over it now. They're a kid who bought a snake and was trying to hide it from their mom, and then their mom found out, stuff like that. So yeah, there is a lot of snakes out there though. I want to hang on. I want to try to fix my. Did that give us a little bit more light? A little bit. Okay, that's fine. All right, let me check the chat because I haven't. Okay. All right, we're caught up on that. Let's see. I'm surprised. It took a long time before we even got to the Patreon questions, but I'm on the last page. I'm going to put this snake back. Who do you guys want to see? Put in the chat and we'll see if whoever it is, if they're available. Now, we might have a problem here. When I say we, oh, no, we don't, because she's still right here. I was like, I forgot. Here's the thing. I drank 2 cask strength whiskeys, and now I'm on another one. So I saw Tiger Lily's cage open, and I was thinking that I put her back and didn't close her cage. And so I thought the problem might be that she came out, and now I got to find her. But she's still right here. I forgot. I'm going to be fine, you guys. Don't worry about me. Okay. Echo, no way. No way are we bringing Echo out, who's been hunting all day, and now it's night, the time that she feeds. Are you trying to get me attacked? You're going to make Kent right if I bring Echo out. The green tree python, same thing. Sorry, Bonte is hunting now. The Bonte is so easy to bring out at any time before the lights go off. As soon as the lights go off, he's like, ooh, I'm in hunting mode. Everybody's saying it. Oh no, it's the same person saying Echo. Carpet pythons, kind of the same situation. They're in hunting mode. We are going to feed them though. It's really ball pythons are the ones, and maybe pygmy pythons. House snakes? Oh, I can show you a house snake. Allison wants to see all the babies. Okay, so I will for recommendations on first handling session. Just be real careful. Yeah, my biggest recommendation on literally a first handling session, keep in mind that your snakes have a spine. A lot of times people try to fold them backwards. Don't do that. They got a full-on spine from head to tail. That's my biggest recommendation. No, I'm not bringing Echo out. Okay, I can. I'm gonna put this one back. I tell you what, I'll show you Echo though. Look at this. I'll show you a few snakes. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I think I can bring this camera all the way over. So first of all, here's Dave. He's looking for food. We don't see Dave very often. He was not
was not socialized because he's been a breeder snake. He's not mine. He's Garrett Hartle's, but I have him on breeding loan. He's a great big snake and does not like to be handled. He's not a bite. He doesn't bite, but he does run. He's big and strong, and he likes to run whenever I hold him. So here's Dave. Here's Echo, that we're definitely not taking out. But here she is. She's looking for food. There's Douglas. Oh, I could bring Douglas out, actually. Douglas is fine to come out at night, which is so weird. He's a scrub python and never has a problem coming out at night. You would think, you know, most of these snakes, most of the especially the non-ball pythons, I don't want to bring out at night because they're looking for food. Scrub pythons are kind of known for that. Douglas, totally fine coming out at night. But I'll show you a house snake real quick because it was mentioned. And it's a foreshadow to Monday's video. Let me do this super chat real quick, and then I'm either going to show you Asta or Harry, whoever happens to be in front of their cage and ready to come out. Jenna, hi Jenna. Thanks for coming in and doing a super chat. I just wanted to say hello, feeding 25 snakes, so just listening, sipping Ardbeg. Oh, nice choice. Nice choice, Jenna. Best of luck feeding those snakes. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. Always lovely to see you. Okay, grabbing a house snake real fast. Turns out Harry is the one. He's the winner. Right in front of his cage, like he always is. Harry, whoops, wrong one. Harry has turned out to be a picky eater, which is weird for house snakes, but his last few meals have been live because he's been refusing frozen thawed. So I have a frozen thawed meal for him tonight, and I'm going to put it in there, and we'll see if he eats it overnight sometime. If he doesn't, I'm going to go and get him alive. So he's a handsome boy. He's a T-positive albino. Plus, he is high percentage, what they call KZ in red or KZ in red. And he's got giant eyes. He's a cool guy. And he's a Cape house snake, if anyone's wondering. There's a couple of several different types of localities of house snake, and he's or species of house snake, I should say. His locality is KZN KwaZulu Natal. Is that am I saying that right? KwaZulu Natal, something like that. Anyway, so he's annoying because he's not eating what I want him to eat. But that's how it goes sometimes with snakes, you know? Okay. Let me just see. I'm just scrolling up to see what people's other suggestions were. Pip is a possibility. Okay.
Cindy, what I want him to eat is a frozen thawed meal, preferably. I would prefer to not feed him live, but right now he's only eating live. Okay. Eclipse Wolf says snakes have always been one of those prevalent phobias, leading to a lot of misunderstanding and avoiding them. I recently saw a clip showing ball pythons brought into nursing home to be used as therapy animals, and the smiles on people's faces was so awesome to see. Over the years, has there been any particular things that you've seen showing notable positive growth in the acceptance of snakes that just sticks out, amazed you, or made you happy to see? Yeah, a lot, because aside from, I have that series where I bring people on the channel and help them get over their fear of snakes. And so, we see stuff in those videos of people getting over their fear, which is great. But I also have conversations with people all the time. When they find out what I do, there's always questions from people who love snakes and from people who are totally afraid of snakes. There's always questions. So I've had conversations with people that are like, oh, I'm terrified. I can't deal. We have snakes near our property and I can't even look at them. It's so scary. And just having a quick conversation with them about the nature of snakes and reminding them that they're just an animal who's way smaller than we are. And they're very scared of us. Like there's no snake that ever wants to attack a human that's literally 50 or 100 times bigger than they are. No animal does that to another animal. And they're just trying to live their life. They're just literally another animal that's trying to live their life. And they just don't have fur. So it's harder for some people to relate to them. So just that simple explanation. I've had people go, I've never thought of that before. I think I'm still afraid, but I understand them a little better, and it makes me feel better, and that's cool, because hopefully I don't ever ask them if they immediately kill snakes, but hopefully if they do, they'll maybe stop doing that, or it'll just help them to be a little bit less afraid. Just think of them as another animal. They can't relate to snakes at all because they don't have fur. They're not a mammal. Some people, it's got to be a mammal for them to be able to relate to it. But if you just say, hey, this is another animal trying to live their life, just trying to get by and find food, and they think and they feel and they have relationships with other snakes and they have babies and they just have a life, and they're not trying to wreck your life. They're just trying to move along with theirs. Once you explain that to people, it a lot of times makes them feel good. And that makes me feel really good when I can change someone's attitude even slightly, So that's that. We're going to feed some carpet pythons very soon. I'm helping a local rescue out with their Instagram. I know you mostly sell to patrons, but do you have any advice for things I should highlight, stress, show off to get people interested? Yeah, so for a local rescue, this is going to be probably mostly adult snakes, I'm guessing, end up in rescues, or maybe sub-adult, whatever. The people that are buying them, they're getting them, are not breeders. So the morph doesn't matter. What matters is the personality. So you want to highlight whether you can go in and pick this snake up without it biting you, things like that. A lot of times, first-time keepers are looking for snakes, because a lot of times when somebody has several snakes, they're then looking for a specific morph or a specific type. But a lot of first-time snake keepers are looking in rescues to see if they can find something cool. So highlighting the fact that the snake's been in this rescue for a certain amount of time and you've been working with it and it's never struck at anybody, or it's getting better at it, whatever the truth is, you want to tell the truth. But I think that's my guess, is that the people looking for those snakes are going to be more interested in the personality than anything else. That's my thought on that. I just saw a super chat. K Squeezy, thanks for the super chat. When my daughter Minnie got her snake Gonzo, she somehow convinced my mom to hold him. Oh, that's great. That's really great. I mean, I think it's easier for a young child to convince an adult to look, I'm holding my snake. Why don't you? I'm a young child and I'm holding my snake. Why don't you, a much older adult, also do the thing that I'm doing? That's great. Thanks for the super chat. Let me make sure I haven't missed any. Okay. We only have a couple Patreon questions left. Jim, I think you guessed that I would go 3 hours and 27 minutes, or was it 3 hours and 47 minutes? I don't know. But so far I've gone 3 hours and 20 minutes. My guess is that we're going to overshoot by a little bit at least. Your guess. You're so close though. Okay. Gina says, how would you get rid of fungus gnats in your bioactive? It's real easy, Gina. You do it with this. I gotta unplug it to show you. This is called a catchy. And you can look it up on Amazon, and they're called different things, but I think the main one is catchy. The way this works is that when it's plugged in and turned on, this is a light. It's like a UV type light, maybe, or something. This, right below it, is a fan that sucks the air in. As soon as the fungus gnats are attracted to the light, they go directly into the fan, and this is going to be gross, but I'm going to show you. Here we go. They get stuck. I had a fungus gnat problem a while back. I haven't needed to use this in a while, but it's been just sitting there. This is sticky paper. So the gnats, you can see them all on that sticky paper. Get stuck on it. This thing works the best. So, if I have a problem, usually if I just see a bunch in the room, I'll just run it for a couple of nights in the room. But if I have a problem in a cage, I'll bring the snake out to hang out for a bit and just run that thing for a while. And it's especially for, if you're breeding snakes, it's great to be able to bring, like one time I had a big problem in the inspector's cage, and it was time for him to breed with one of my females anyway. So I put him in with a female for 3 days and put that catchy in for 3 days, took care of the problem. Probably didn't even need 3 days, but those things are great. All right. Was that, you guys, that was the last question from Patreon. We did that pretty quick. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put away Dr. Harry Vanderspiegel, who I am going to attempt to feed tonight, but not until after the live stream. But we have 3 Morelia species, carpet python-ish species. We have 1 carpet python, a Brettles python, and a rough scale python to feed. We're going to do that on camera. And wait, hang on. Okay, so Jim, you're saying 27 minutes. We got 27 minutes from whenever you. I bet I'm going to overshoot that, but there's not a lot left to do. We got to feed 3 snakes and probably answer a few more questions. I'll start answering some questions from the chat if I see them. Terry, here's the thing, Terry. Here's my biggest advice. You need to watch a ball python care guide. I recommend mine because I have a bunch, but make sure that you're learning all this information. This is a great question, but there's tons of information that you need to be learning. And I have a ball python care guide that's going to teach you so much stuff. The basic answer to this question, though, is 24 to 48 hours to 72 hours, depending on the size of meal you give them. If you're giving them an appropriate, a decent sized meal, 24 to 48 hours is just fine. Okay. So, but Terry, watch that. Terry, you've been commenting a lot I've been noticing you've been saying like the same. You've been sort of almost spamming the comments with a lot of the same questions. A lot of these questions are going to be answered if you watch a ball python care guide. It's going to really help you out. Okay. All right. So I'm going to put Harry back. We're going to get some prey items. I got to figure out. Okay. All right. I got it. Hang on one second. Okay. I have a Tupperware dish full of rodents, but we're going to feed 3 of these here today. Hang on a sec. Tercy, no need to say sorry. I was saying Terry. I was reading it wrong, but it's Tercy NGNI 51. So I don't know how to pronounce it, but no need to say sorry. No big deal. But watch those care guides. That's going to help. And yes, Discord also helps out. If you get on the Green Room Python Discord, you can ask all kinds of questions in the world. There are lots of snake keepers that will answer your questions. But I always think it's important to watch those. I have a number of ball python care guides, but you can just watch the most recent one because it's going to cover everything, and it will save you just the time that it takes to watch that video. Will save you a lot of time of just typing. Let me ask this question, and then this question, and then this question. It covers so much, and then you'll probably have questions after that. But at least most of the stuff is covered. And sometimes it's good to watch those videos a couple times because we don't take in all the information of a video or a college course or anything like that the first time we there's only a certain percentage that we keep in our brains, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay. All right, here we go. So we're going to put the camera on. What I've got is 2 weaned rats for these carpet pythons. That's the first one that we're going to feed. Say hello to Koa. He's happy to eat anything that I give him. And today he's getting a weaned rat. He's going to love it. His friend down below, Bella, is a little bit pickier, but I've gotten her to eat weaned rats by scenting them with mice. Today, I'm going to try to feed her a weaned rat. She'll strike at it for sure. She'll strike and wrap. But if she decides she doesn't like it, she's going to let it go and drop it within 10 seconds. So I'm not going to scent it with a mouse today. We're just going to try to let her eat a rat on her own. And I think it'll work. I mean, she's taken them and eaten them the last several times, but always scented with a mouse. So anyway, let's try Koa first. I'm going to get the hairdryer going on this real quick to give it some heat. These rodents are thawed out, but they haven't been sitting in warm water. So, okay, here we go. I'm also going to save a little bit of time and not target train this time. I usually, the carpet pythons are target trained, but we're not going to do that right now. Here we go. I'm going to surprise Koa because I think he's sleeping. He doesn't smell the rodent yet. Oh, he fell off his cliff. I think he happily fell off his cliff, though. Like, no problem for him. He's got a rat in his mouth. He's happy about that. Okay. Hi. All right, now Bella. So let's do this. Let me change my camera. Bella has started to move off her cliff a little bit. She was making a move, so I think she smells a hint of rodent in the air. Yes, Kay, that is a magnet. That's called a Magnaturals ledge. They're just magnets. I have them in several cages. They come in ledges and little like cave hides and stuff like that. They will not work on bigger snakes, but at this size, they work just fine. Okay, so let me heat up Bella's meal and let's see if she takes it. Bella's a snake that'll strike at anything with a heat signature if she's looking for food. But once it's in her mouth, she then decides if she's going to keep it or not. Okay. Here we go. Okay, I am going to use a target with her because she's all the way on the other side. So I need to bring her over. Give me 1 second. I'm going to heat this back up a little bit. All right. Let's see if I can get her over here. Oh, you're back. Hi. You come this way. Follow the target for a second. Come on over. Keep coming. Keep coming. Good girl. There we go. Oh, yum. Oh, you let go. There you go. Gonna heat it up one more time. So she knows her target and she'll follow it enthusiastically, but there she goes. Now we'll see if she keeps it. But which is so funny for a picky eater. Like usually picky eaters don't target train very well. But she has been a picky eater. This is a bad camera angle. I don't know if I can do any better with this. Okay, I don't think she's opened her mouth yet and tried to get rid of it, which is good news. Hang on 1 second, I'm gonna. Yeah, that's not a great angle. We'll cut back to her if she's doing anything interesting. But hang on, let me just see her face real fast. Can't. She's in the worst position. Using a flashlight now. Okay, she's got it in her. She has her teeth on it still. And if she was going to drop it, usually she would have dropped it already. So I think she's going to eat it. That's great news. Love it. Okay. File snakes are cool. I see you guys are talking about file snakes. Let me just scroll up, make sure I haven't missed a super chat. I don't think I have. Okay, we're good. There's one though. Staircase, thanks for the super chat. Hey Bob, do you have a significant preference for Scotch? Yeah. What about boas and bourbon or rodents and rye? Those are all good. If I was a boa guy, that would be the thing. I'm not. I do enjoy bourbon, and I have one bourbon right now. No, I have two because I've got one in the cupboard also. But bourbon, my favorite is Scotch, and then these are of whiskeys. For those who don't know, Scotch is a type of whiskey. So my favorite whiskeys are Scotch, and then Irish whiskey, and then bourbon. But man, bows and bourbon is great. Rodents and rye. I love rye also. Rye is awesome. I started drinking whiskey with rye and then just moved on from there. But I quite enjoy rye. It's very spicy and I like it. I'm not a rodent guy though. I feed rodents, but I don't breed them. I do have a significant preference though for Scotch. It's Islay Scotch for the most part. I mean, I like tons of different Scotches, and I haven't been drinking Islay. I drank one of my favorite Scotches, which is a Speyside Scotch. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Yeah. The Aberlour Abuna. I started with that, and then I switched to this Brunlatic, which is an Islay Scotch, but it's not peated. My favorite Scotches usually are the heavily peated Scotches, but I'm not going to drink those all the time. So Scotch is just so delightful. There's so many different Scotches. Like that has the widest range of flavors of any of the whiskeys. Like bourbon, you can drink bourbon and go, this is definitely a bourbon. There are characteristics of this that taste like bourbon. Same with rye. Really same with Irish, even though there's some different Irishes, but Scotch, you can taste a Highland Scotch and then an Islay Scotch and go, oh, those are totally different liquors. Like, what am I even drinking? You know? So there's a lot to explore with that Scotland whiskey that they make over there. All right. Should we feed a rough scale python? Look at Bella, by the way. So she's let go, but she's still wrapped. I think she's just searching for the head. I don't think she's said, oh, I don't like this anymore. But that also could be wishful thinking, so we'll see. I love her head stamp, though. Once she turns around. Look at that head stamp. It's such a perfect, symmetrical design. Look at that. What a cool snake she is, right? I just want to watch her find that head and then open her mouth up again, because that'll be so great to see her be like, okay, this is something that I want to eat, not I was tricked into eating it, you know. All right, that's it. Just open your mouth. Just open your mouth. I can't tell. Oh man. She is looking for it though. She's doing the thing. That's a normal snake thing. She'll find it. All right, we're gonna move off of her and on to actually I'll keep it on her while I heat up a rodent for Ozzy, and then we'll move to Ozzy. So hang on a second. Okay, actually, I gotta reset the camera. Did she do? Oh no, she's not on it yet. Okay. So you guys just watched her milling about a little bit more. Let me get this camera on Ozzy and maybe a light if I can do it. And we'll give him some food. He is definitely out looking for it. Okay. Hang on 1 second. Oh, I was even able to get a little bit of light on it. So I'm gonna. All right, so you can barely see him, but he'll come back out. Let me heat this back up really quick and we'll give Ozzy a small mouse. This is my rough scale python for those who don't know. In the wild, this is probably the rarest python in the world. They have the smallest range of any python. Oh, buddy. Come on, you gotta follow it down. Well, I was trying to get him to follow it, but I was not fast enough. And he's got my tongs. There we go. All right. So Ozzy's, sorry about my camera situation. Okay. So, not much to see there. Hang on. Bella is still looking for how she's going to attack this rat. And Koa, hang on. I had a flashlight. This is why you should always have 2 flashlights in your snake room. Because you always misplace one. I always have 2. And they each have a place. All right, Koa's eating his, but you can't see it. He hid himself behind a log. And guess what? I found my other flashlight right there on the desk. All right. So let's check on Ozzy real quick. Just keep an eye on him. I've left his door open, so. All right. He's got it. He's doing well. That little guy is on small mice. He's a good boy. I bring him outside. I give him socialization sessions. I put up a short where I had him free roaming. It was pretty cool. It was the first time he's ever been up here moving around, and I just watched him as he got to check everything out. And that's so good for their brains to be in a different, like they're nervous about it because they don't know the space. They don't know if there's predators, but it's so good for them to tongue flick on new things, learn that it's safe, learn that they didn't get attacked and that, you know, things are, you know, it's fine to be out. And I bring him outside sometimes, which is fun as well, to have him just in my hands and know that that's safe, but also we can be in a totally different environment outside with fresh air and sun. And he does really well. He tongue flicks on plants out there. And he's a cool guy. I like him. There's definitely not enough people that have rough scale pythons. And I don't think there's enough talked about, you know, there are breeders that have rough scale pythons. It's like, oh, I want to get a pair. I want to get a pair so I can breed them. But just keeping them as pets, there's not many people that talk about it. Bella still has that rodent in her coils, but has not opened her mouth. She just did, though. She's got the nose. I'm sorry the camera's not on her. She's got the nose, though. It might be more interesting than, hang on. Okay, so, oh, actually, he's gonna. So the rough scale python, you know, I've told the story about the rough scale python a number of times. I think it's the coolest story of any snake, but the scales, the reason they're called a rough scale python, this is different than the story, but this is very interesting too, is every single scale is keeled, meaning it's got a little bump. Each scale has a little bump and they feel rough. And to me, immediately I thought, okay, they live out in the desert, this rocky area. It must be so that they can get themselves in the crags of a rock. And then if a predator tries to pull them out of there, they can expand their body and those rough scales will grip the rock. But scientists actually say that it's a visual thing. Like it's probably something to do with how they look with those keeled scales, and they're more hidden, like they can stay camouflaged from predators for some reason with those keeled scales, which I think is real interesting. Kick me. That's not a dumb question, you know, because you never know what affects stuff. Temperature, I don't think does. We haven't found that to be, but you know, UV might have some effect. I haven't seen it. There are some people that say that UV has an effect on the color of their snakes, just depending on what kind of snake. That's possible. Sky, evening is better for ball pythons. For any snake that's crepuscular or nocturnal, evening is better for them. Now, I have many ball pythons that will eat no matter what, any time of day. I can, you know, they're sleeping in their hide. I can wake them up and put a rat in front of them and they'll take it. But generally, when they're up and awake looking for food, that's in the evening. And definitely the best time to feed a baby, like a young snake who's not super confident yet. So good job, Ozzy. Look at those eyes. Rough scale pythons have the best eyes. I wish I could zoom in, but I can't with that camera. But just those big, giant ice blue eyes are amazing. Love that guy. He's real cool. SG Jones DC, to make a plant safe for the enclosure, I have a couple bioactive videos and I talk about how I process my plants, but basically people do it with bleach. I do it with hydrogen peroxide. You take all the dirt out of a plant, so it's just the roots and the leaves basically, and you put it in a solution of either bleach or hydrogen peroxide. There are probably other solutions that I don't know about that work. You just let it soak for a little while and then you can plant it. So that's how it's done. I'm about to replant some cages because you can see Ozzy's plant here is dead. I have some others in other cages that are dead and need to be replanted. Jenna McKeegan says, jump into Riley's Discord. There are a couple of rough scale keepers. Okay, that's cool. Are they breeders though, Jenna, or are they keepers that are like keeping them as pets? And I guess what I meant was like people on social media that have a social media presence. They're, you know, usually with social media, I only see rough scales usually as breeders, except for Summer, who goes by Girl with Scales online. She works at Canova with Justin, and she's made some videos about her rough scale python, which I think is cool. Jenna's saying these are keepers. That's great. That's good. Yeah, Ozzy got that down pretty quick. Okay, let's move to Bella, because look at this. We're unlucky, guys. So I'm going to close Ozzy's cage for one thing. That guy did real good. Oh, man. Hang on, you guys. We're just shifting some things around. I have a light that the only way you guys are going to see is if I have the light correct. I am, oh, I see what's going on. Okay. I wish I had a crew, but I am the cast and the crew of my own live stream. Look at Bella eating a weaned rat on her own that was not even scented with a mouse. That's a snake that takes a weaned rat and says, hey, that's food. I'll eat it. and that's a nice thing to see happen when that snake previously has been like, rats, those aren't food. Give me a mouse, please. Good girl, Bella. Very proud of that snake. Okay, so, all right, so people are now asking for Douglas. And so here's the thing. I'm going to put the camera on Douglas in a minute. We'll watch Bella finish. Because if we don't, like when we're at this point, there's going to be a bunch of people. Tell me if I'm wrong here. But I think there's a bunch of people that if I cut the camera now, you'd be like, what? You're leaving us hanging? Like she's almost done. That would bother me so much, I think, if we just cut the camera with her not finishing that thing. Anyway, so I'm going to show you Douglas. He's up moving around because he smells rodents in the room. This is a scrub python who is in food mode. And we're going to see. Now, I could be wrong. I'm taking a chance. He might bite my hand. I don't think he's going to, though. Bella, good job. That's such a good feeling when you get a snake to eat something that they previously wouldn't eat. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal to just normal people, you guys, but you know what I'm talking about, right? It's a good feeling when you've spent some time scenting things and getting them to slowly convert and realize that something is actually food, and then they do it. It's great. I'm realizing that we're going to do Douglas here in a second. We've gone 3 hours and 53 minutes. I'm going to apologize to Jim Farr right now for not hitting the live stream on the exact time that he predicted because we've gone over. So I feel bad about that, but we're doing stuff. We got stuff to do. Okay. So, we're all very proud of Bella, and I'm going to go over here to Douglas. Look at Douglas. He was curled up on his shelf before. Now he smells rodents. We're just going to do a test. Hey, bud. Hi, pal. How's this boy, huh? How's this guy? Why are you so handsome, huh? How come you're so handsome? The problem is he's 20 feet long. That might be an exaggeration, but he's extremely long, and he's just through everything. You know, he's got the back third of his body through this ball. He's got to come out of the ball before I can even come close to getting him out. He might be slightly less than 20 feet long. This is like when somebody sees a snake in the wild and they're not a snake person. That would be what they would say. They would see Douglas and go, it was a 20-foot snake. I swear, it almost ate me. Hey, pal. Douglas also likes to free roam at night. He's actually the other one. There are two that I let out at night that I know are not going to be in food mode necessarily. I mean, they like their food. The inspector and Douglas both enjoy their food, but they're very polite about their food. So you see this? I was mentioning this earlier. If you pick up their tail first, they can't then wrap it around something. And, excuse me, let's switch the camera. That's the way to get a snake that is very long and has Douglas has the best tail of any snake in the green room, I think. He's so good at grabbing anything. Second place would go to the retics. The reticulated pythons. They have very good tails too. And but Douglas, for some reason, man, he's got eyes in his tail. He knows exactly what he can grab and where his tail is at any moment. Okay. I'm just trying to wrangle him a little bit so that there we go. Hey, pal, without you trying to cruise so much, can we just show you off for a second? It's tough to show. I wish that sunlight would happen in the green room so we could show his iridescence. Alyssa sees his iridescence a lot. I bring him outside and she gets to see his crazy iridescence. So let's talk about the intelligence of a scrub python, by the way. Scrub pythons aren't as popular in the pet trade. And a lot of people who are like into scrub pythons are breeders. So they're just breeding them. They're not doing a lot of necessarily enrichment stuff with them, hanging out a lot. I mean, I'm sure some do. I shouldn't say that as a blanket statement, but in general, breeders aren't doing that because they can't, right? But what I find with Douglas is that he is also extremely interactive. He's not big enough to like free roam yet, so I can't get the same stuff that I get with my reticulated pythons as far as like just walking into a room and them coming up to me. I don't know if Douglas would do that, but he does always, any snake will climb on your glasses if you have glasses. And if you've got snakes, you know that they go for your glasses. Douglas does it in a way that is more thought through than just kind of randomly finding glasses. Anytime I bring him out, the first thing he does is look for my glasses. If he doesn't see them on my face, he knows they're usually on the top of my head and he can grab them. So he goes first for my face. He tongue flicks on my eyes a little bit. And then he goes, oh, they're not there. And then he comes right up here and finds them on my head. And if he's real lucky, he finds a hat. So what he did this time is if he comes up looking for my glasses and notices that I have a hat, he's all about it. But of course now there you go. Now you can see where he's at. He's found the back of the chair, which he quite enjoys. And that's where he's headed. I'm going to be real careful not to make big movements because he's got my head with the back half of him and the chair with the front half. So we're not trying to give Douglas spinal problems, Thanks, Wild Horses. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm a fan of Alabama. I like Alabama, and I like that accent. I bet you have a cool accent. I'm feeling a tongue flick on my wrist here. Oh my gosh. I had no idea. Look at this. He's right here. Isn't that crazy? His tail is still right here, but then he's right here. That's the thing about it. If you have a semi-arboreal snake that's very long, you think you know where they're at because you're keeping track of their tail. You have no idea. You have no idea where they really are. So funny. Douglas. You handsome guy. Where are you headed? All right. He's just going to do his thing. We do a lot of supervised free roaming for Douglas in the last several months. It's a lot of times when I should be working on a video and I'm just standing there watching Douglas because I know he wants to free roam. You know, I know it's valuable for him to do that. So if I can let him do it, I want to. All right, let's see if I can. Got him. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're close to done here, I think. I'm done. Douglas just fell, which is fine. It's great. He's grabbing everything with his tail. I'm done drinking whiskey. The Scotch was lovely. Let me see if there's any last minute questions that I can answer as per usual when I end this. Or any, let me just check to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Hang on. Let me scroll up to make sure I got those. I think I did. Again, for everyone that I missed most of these comments, but I will definitely read through everything tomorrow. SD Jones, Bob, where'd you get your chair? My chair has spindly arms and spindly head, and my carpet python hooks around it with his head and neck, and I wind up in a half Nelson or figure fours stuck hours. That's so funny. This chair, I love this chair. It's so comfortable. I did some research on chairs, and I almost got a gaming chair because those look like they're comfortable. But what I learned in doing some chair research is that gaming chairs are not made to be comfortable. They're made to look like race car chairs because that's what kids buy. They're not comfortable. So I got an actual comfortable ergonomic chair that I just ordered on Amazon, but it wasn't super expensive, and it's great. I can't tell you what kind it is because I don't remember, but I looked at a bunch and I just found the one that I liked. But the important thing is to look at those reviews, not get a gaming chair. Don't fall for that, because I almost did. I had one in my cart. I had a gaming chair in my cart. I so almost fell for it. And look at the reviews, and you'll find one that's comfortable. I really love this chair. And as a bonus, it's a high back, and the snakes quite enjoy it. Douglas often spends time. Right now he's trying to he can reach these other things, so he's trying to right now. But when he can't reach other stuff, he hangs out on the back of a chair, no problem. But he also doesn't really mind being on me. So he'll do sort of this. He'll have like he's got his tail in my shirt, sort of, and then he'll just kind of do his own thing. But I think he knows that he can get. There's a rack over here and just different things that he can get to. All right. We are close to done. Let me just look at this real quick, you guys. Thanks for being with me. We've got 155 people in here. Thanks for the people who hit the like button on this. I always forget to ask people to hit the like button, but if you hit the like button, that was really nice because that helps. It just helps YouTube to know that people like this, and so they push it out to more people. We just get more eyes on the live stream. And even though we're ending it, if a bunch of people hit like, then they'll just show the recorded live stream to people, So that's always just helpful for the channel. And also, again, I haven't mentioned this in a while, but this live stream, just so you guys know, was sponsored by the podcast Aliens Are Behind Everything and Other Probably True Nonsense, hosted by who was it again? Oh, that's right. It was me. Hosted by me, Bob Bledsoe. I host this podcast that is really fun. It's brand new still. We're in the second season, but you know, we're the 13th, 12 episodes in the first season. The second season came out today, this morning, the 13th episode of the podcast. That's still brand new for a podcast. And so if you are into that kind of stuff, or even if you're not into that kind of stuff, aliens and cryptids and paranormal things like that, if you're just into hearing me talk and do comedy stuff, that's really what it is. It's a comedy podcast where I tell stories about that kind of stuff. And it's super fun. I'm quite enjoying it. We just started a Patreon for it as of today, basically. So that's that. That's what's going on there. Next live stream is 3 weeks from now. It's usually 4 weeks. It's usually every 4 weeks is a live stream. The next one will be 3 weeks because of my travel schedule. And that is that. I think we did it, you guys. I'm going to wrangle Douglas because now he's off on his own on the chair. And I'll see you next week for a fun video about house snakes. I think you're going to really enjoy it. A lot of big surprises in that video. And I hope you all enjoyed this. Okay, that's it. Have a good night, everybody.